students from those situations, it's important that we teach them, reflect on those experiences, because they will confront them at some point in their lives.
Right.
And rather than insulating them, it's more important that we help them reflect upon what are their rights and duties. So I lead a qualitative research methods SIG for Australasian Business Ethics Network. And this year, the conference theme is role of business ethics scholars on silencing, strategic silencing. So, we say that we speak our mind, we are academics. We don't speak our mind. We can't speak our mind. We all know that. But what's important is how do we strategically navigate it so that for the wider good, we can create more inclusive society?
I agree. So the only bit I thought I should be again coming back to you mentioned about, the subtlety. How do students come out and how do they express themselves? But students can navigate only if, at least in the initial stage, possibly, they are told that this is an issue you will need to confront. You can't shy away and there won't be anybody backing you. And you need to, in terms of the thought process itself, right from the beginning, you need to think. That is something which is missing in India, at least. I'm not sure about Australia, but at least in India, that is missing. That is one.
I think it's missing worldwide.
Is it?
Yeah. So like yesterday, I was in a conversation we were working on, because I know it's not so much of a problem in India, but in Australia, it's a huge problem about women in engineering education, in engineering per se, not just education. Women don't want to become engineers because there are no proper toilets in the engineering sites.
Oh.
It's something as basic as that. And you think these things happen in India, but they happen in Australia as well. So it's not just Bollywood movie things, but it actually happens across the world.
Professor Pandey is laughing.
Sorry?
Professor Pandey is laughing. I think he's imagining what is happening in IIT.
No, but Professor Pandey, you know what? We actually came up with one of the recommendations we are making to Australian Engineering Deans Councillors. You must consider seriously international students because that's the only way you're going to get women engineers in Australia. And in fact, if you look at it, there are not many domestic engineers like female engineers who are entering postgraduate studies. So in Australia, the postgrad engineering education has 76% international students.
Oh, 76%.
That's a large number.
Yeah. So
I would also like to introduce another panelist. This is just informal chit chat, but I would like to utilize this time to connect with an interview.
Just 1 second. I think I'm seeing their recording. So
yes,
already recording. It is already, it's already.
Yeah, we might, Ashish, we might stop the recording because we don't want all this to go. Yeah. Thanks.
Introduce Chirag Krishnan. So you might remember, Arunji, you might remember Chirag, or you may not as well. In 2013, when we did our first program on CSR, Chirag was working with Indian Oil.
Petroleum. This was actually 2011, 12, in the first CSR program. So I had a chance to interact with you there.
Right.
Pleasure to be connected here again.
So after Bharat Petroleum, he was also, even by then, he was the Teach India Fellow. So had a very good experience, and probably that was one of the connecting things, his interest in CSR. And then he went on to become do his PG in MBA from Wharton, and worked with McKinsey. Still working with McKinsey in India. He led very big employability related project on the behalf of McKinsey. So he's the one who brings a lot of experience of the industry connect and the university transformation and employability, these issues. So just wanted to bring in here. And it is very late night in New York, but his commitment has brought him to us.
Thank you, Chirag. I really appreciate you joining. We were talking that how are you going to join from USA?
It's a pleasure to be in this conversation. And as Professor Pandey mentioned, I actually do all of my work currently with universities in the US. I'm primarily serving private nonprofit institutions, and public universities. And in the light of COVID, there are a lot of conversations around adult learners. There's a natural demographic cliff in the US. So there's a lot about workforce transition. I have done a little bit of work with Generation India, which is McKinsey's own nonprofit focused on youth employment. So I know a little about that space, a little bit about the reskilling, upskilling, but a predominant focus of my work of late has been from a student perspective and from a higher education institution perspective and the role they can be playing. So a lot of points, Raste said, that you were making resonate, of course, with what I'm hearing from corporates here as well in the work with universities.
And I was just referring to before you joined the McKinsey study about re-employability and reskilling.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's wonderful.
It's brilliant to have you all. Maybe we can take a 5-minute break before we start at 9:30 your time and 3 p.m. In Australia.
So we join on the same link. I mean,
yes.
So we can continue, right? We'll just
Yeah.
We'll turn off our cameras and audio.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
See you all.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so Namaste, good morning. Thanks very much to all of you for joining this conversation. As we know that this is a launch event about a very important project of creating digital platform for sustainability based internships in Australia and India. This will be a university industry partnership. You will get to know more about the project through Professor Amita Jain. At this moment, I welcome all of you.
नहीं तो चालू रखना मैं ऑडियो बंद कर रहा हूँ.
Yeah. Okay. So at this moment, I welcome all of you for joining this conversation. This audience is comprises of the management educators as well as students. And you already know about our panelist. I'll request Professor Trupti Mishra to extend the Professor Trupti Mishra is here as a representative of the school, head of the School of Management. As we know, we are part of the School of Management in IIT Bombay. And Professor Trupti Mishra is a professor of economics who has sustainability as her area of expertise. That's where he does his research and consulting and teaching. She offers a course on sustainable development. She is also a associated faculty member from in the Interdisciplinary Center of Climate Change in IIT Bombay. So I invite Professor Trupti Mishra for for extending the welcome address.
Thank you, Professor Ashish. So, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Celestia Mehta School of Management and IIT Bombay, I welcome you all to this workshop. So, little bit about IIT Bombay in general and School of Management in particular, what we do over here, specific with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals and sustainability. So here in IIT Bombay, there are many centers, schools, and departments that are actively working for the goal of Sustainable Development Goals through the research, training, and the capacity building. Be it climate studies, where I'm the associate faculty, which focuses more on the science, responses for the climate change, looking into what would be the impact, the science behind this impact, and also providing solution to the stakeholder, be it the industry, be it the government or the policymakers. Then we have a Center for Technology Alternative for Rural Area, and their main goal is to take the affordable technology to the rural area in the area of health, in the area of water, in the area of livelihood, or it's in the area of the sanitation. Similarly, we have an energy engineering department who works on the development of the sustainable energy for the future. We have a Center for Policy Study, which does evaluation of the policies and try to provide inputs for the policy design. Then we have a civil engineering department. Apart from many other initiatives, they look at the sustainable transport option, civil engineering along with our Center for Urban Science and Engineering. Similarly, coming to the, there are many other departments which gets into such kind of initiative. And when it comes to specifically to the School of Management, what we try to see or how we try to help is to provide the solution, sometimes also identifying the problems typically for the industry and the community, and help the industry that how to get into their CSR journey or how to achieve that so-called corporate sustainability journey. So when we talk about this initiative, there are few end products of such initiative. There are many more, possibly the products, end products, many more initiative, but few of them what I would like to highlight over here is that solar cooking stove, possibly the sole project everyone must be knowing about, which comes from IIT Bombay, design for affordable housing, energy efficient buildings, weather monitoring station, automated weather monitoring station for the farmer, low cost design for the water supply network, typically for the city, carbon capture instrument, and the recent one is the oxygen storage, like when helping the country for the first solution giving oxygen storage when the entire country was trying to entire country was getting into the crisis of the oxygen. There are many such initiatives, and with all this initiative, there is active engagement with industry, government, and community for such initiatives. So when we look at sustainability, or let's say in general, it is a sustainable development goal, it has emerged as a mega trend, like we had quality and IT revolution in the past. And the learning what we had from the mega trends are mostly, if you summarize it, there are two major learning which has happened. One, doing things in the right way. And second one is more crucial over here is that doing it together. And if you just get into this UN agenda for 2030 sustainable development, the first page of it, it calls for partnership at the global level. And when we try to understand that, this calls for partnership both at the country and the community level. And I think we are at the right place, right forum, and I hope that this initiative would be fruitful in making the student community responsible, engaged for the cause of sustainable development goals, and insight from all these intensive projects will help the stakeholders, mostly the industry and the policymakers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Trupti Mishra. As you can understand, Professor Mishra has deep engagement in the sustainability related issues. As a professor of economics, she has developed this field of, she has contributed immensely in the field of the development economics to sustainability angle. So thanks very much for sharing for giving the overview about the institution and the school and activities going on in this sphere. May I request now Professor Amita Jain to give the overview of the project. And when I'm inviting her, I'm recalling my conversation about 2 years ago, much before, I think a couple of months before this lockdown happened. And this whole project was looking a promising thing, not an easy thing to kind of launch. But I'm so glad that I was part of her team, and she and her colleague, Dr. Harsh, could steer this project so very well, from the conceptualization to the writing the grant proposal to defending it. And now we have this, now we see that it is coming to the fruition. Professor Amita Jain, please, you are invited to share the overview.
Thank you, Professor Pandey. I'm really delighted to be here and thankful to Ashish for partnering with us on this very important project. So what I'll do is I'll share my screen and talk to you about this project that has been funded by the Australian federal government under the Australia-India Council. Now, I'm not sure if I'm sharing my PowerPoints or my just my presentation. Can you see my presentation? Or
Yes, Amita.
Is it the presentation mode?
Yes, Amita.
Okay, that's good then. Thank you so much. As you can see on this slide, the project is built on partnerships between industry and university, which is what Professor Tripti Mishra just highlighted, the importance of the partnership to achieve and move towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Our team comprises Professor Harsh Suri, who's here with me, and Professor Alex, who couldn't be here today, and myself. We've got a number of participating institutions in this project, which has been funded by the Australian government under the auspices of the Australia-India Council. This event, which is hosted by IIT Mumbai, is the fourth in the series of many events that we will be holding to foster and develop internships for Indian and Australian students studying in various universities. I'll move to my next slide now. Yeah, I would like to begin with an acknowledgement of the country. We'd like to show our respect and acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia on which our learning takes place and recognize their continuing connection to land, waters, and culture. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Brings me to the aim of the project. The aim of the project is essentially twofold. We aim to create internships for students studying in Indian and Australian universities and improve sustainable development outcomes. So the aim is to develop internship opportunities primarily with NGOs. This could be face-to-face or virtual. We've already started with some virtual internships with Indian and Australian NGOs. And the aim is to improve the employability of graduates in both the countries once they conclude their degree. The second very important aim of this project is to foster long-term bilateral collaborative partnerships between industry and universities in India and Australia. One of the important final products of this partnership is to develop an online hub or an online portal to foster ongoing collaborations, and where we also intend showcasing the internships that we have developed over the 2 years or the 1.5 years of partnerships between Indian and Australian universities and NGOs. Our project, as I just said, aims to create high quality internships. And these internships will foster employability skills and contribute towards the SDGs agenda. They'll also increase across-border graduate employabilities in both the countries and enable students to collaborate on SDG-focused projects. We aim to strengthen professional networks across borders and provide real-world working experience with NGOs, private and public sector. So I call upon all of you to provide internships for our students who are studying in Indian and Australian universities. They're not just benefits to students, there are profound benefits to industry and universities of this project as well. We'll strengthen the ties between India and Australia and build new networks and connections. The program aims to develop face-to-face internships wherever possible and virtual, which will offer similar benefits to students in both the countries, Australia and India, and students will collaboratively work on similar projects. So the aim is to have a few students from India and a few students from Australia to work on the internship, if possible, if we can do that. And there's also potential for further working on further curriculum development, research, and exchange programs. So most students join the university system to strengthen their employment prospects, as one of the panelists here just mentioned. We aim to strengthen this nexus between employability and sustainability so that the students can also in the process try to find solutions to these global challenges that we face. And we're trying to do this across borders. So that is the new thing about this project, that we are working on internships and working towards promoting a sustainable development goals and across borders. This is the activity schedule for today. We aim to run on schedule, being very mindful of the time spared by our honored panelists and all our guests. After I conclude, I'll invite Mr. Brown, who's the Deputy Consul, Australian Consulate General in Mumbai, to talk about the India-Australia bilateral relations, which will be followed by the two panel discussions. The first panel is a discussion on the conceptual questions, which are essentially on opportunities and challenges in creating these high-quality student internships across borders. The second panel discussion is more focused on design thinking questions, which are more on how should we design this portal where we can promote, advertise, and showcase these internships. So we would like firms, which could be NGOs or private sector or public sector firms, to provide us, our students, with internships for our students. And the portal should host and provide a forum and a platform for advertising these internships, where the university can pick these internships up for their students. So we network, we work as a conduit between universities and industry and bring them together and help solve, just make a little step towards solving these big global challenges. After our two panel discussions, we'll have Professor Nisha Pandey, who will talk and announce the winners of the Sarvodaya Social Business competition that ran over the last month, which we have advertised heavily, and we've had quite a lot of interest from students in India and Australia. We had about, I think, 50 to 60 submissions in the competition, and Professor Pandey can talk a bit more about them at that competition. And I can see there are a number of students who've joined today's forum, hoping to know the outcome of this competition. And finally, Professor Ashish Pandey is going to wrap up the proceedings of today's event. So just give you a quick snapshot of what has happened so far and what are our plans for the future. We started in July with our first activity, which was hosted by Deakin Business School, where I belong, and the Australia-India Business Council, the Victoria chapter here in Melbourne. Between September and February next year, we hope to run 6 web-based workshops. As Professor Pandey said, the aim was to come to India to run it. That's how we started the project in early 2020, but then COVID came and we had to turn all our plans into virtual activities. So far, WICI, which is the Women Chambers of Commerce and Industry, they hosted an event on the 4th of September that was widely attended, and we've got really good feedback after that event. Then was our second event, which was hosted just in the beginning of this month by Amrita University. Now, I'm deeply grateful to Professor Ashish Pandey for hosting us. He had made all arrangements for us to come to Mumbai, but it was never to be, and we're running this online. But I deeply am appreciative of the support that has been provided to me in running this event. The next one is run by Symbiosis International University, Pune. So I encourage all of you to join that event on the 15th of December, similar timings. And then in the new year, we have an event which was run by our partner for School of Management in New Delhi. And then the next one, the last one of Activity 2 would be hosted by Indian Institute of Public Administration in New Delhi. Again, this is an online event that would be hosted in February as an online event. That brings me to activities 3 and 4. So activity 3 is a series of virtual one-day masterclasses hosted by our lead partner, which is FICCI, which is the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, which is an apex business organization in India and has over 250,000 companies as members from Indian public and private sector and even multinational organizations. FICCI has a very long-standing relationship with Australian educational institutions and industry associations. Closer to home with Deakin University, FICCI has a memorandum of understanding since 2016. So this project builds in the already existing relationships between Deakin University and FICCI. So FICCI, as a part of this project, has decided and agreed to conduct 3 virtual one-day master classes on their bike platform. We'll provide more details about these master classes. They'll be run between April and September, 3 one-day master classes. And then the last event in this project is the launch of our portal in November or December. We'll host it out of Deakin University. We'll showcase our portal that we have developed after receiving feedback from dignitaries such as you over the last 18 months. And just summarizing the outcomes of the project that we intend publicizing to the government of Australia is that we develop an interactive digital hub with multi-stakeholder engagement with industry groups from private and public sector, as well as NGOs and universities presence on that hub. This hub would be used by Australian and Indian business organizations and NGOs to advertise relevant SDG-focused internship opportunities. We will also showcase good practice case studies that we would have conducted between the 18-20 months lifespan since we started this project. And the eventual aim is to develop a policy brief for the government and universities which highlight the pathways to create high-quality SDG-focused student internships for students enrolled in Indian and Australian universities. A little bit about our team here. Deakin is a pioneer and the first Australian university to establish a center in New Delhi. This was done in 1994. Our university ranks very high in online education and student experience, as well as graduate employment. Our team, which is Alex, Harsh, and I, we've won several grants and awards nationally and internationally for excellence in SDG education, online internships, and enhancing employability of Indian students, as well as producing massive online courses with large enrollments from Indian and Australian universities. We've got expertise in developing and supervising virtual internships. In fact, it's the first time in 2020 that Deakin developed internships virtually, because we never had to. Our students would go to India and many other countries, and we invited students from different countries to work, to intern here. But it's in 2020, for the first time, a number of our students went to more than 200 or about 250 students over 2020 and 2021 have worked in virtual internships globally across many countries such as India, China, Japan, I think some African countries, a few Uruguay and some other countries as well. We've had very good response after our events for more internship opportunities for our students. So just before I conclude, I'd like to really focus that this project is about partnerships between universities and industry, where we invite universities and industry to collaborate on internships for our students and help us achieve and strive towards the sustainable development goals to overcome these big global challenges. I think I can stop sharing my screen here, and if I could ask Mr. Brown, who's the Deputy Consul General, to please come and talk about the India-Australia bilateral relationships. I welcome you, Mr. Brown. Is Mr. Brown here, Ashish?
He might have joined with his office ID, because I don't see his name here.
Is there a way to contact him? Is there a phone number that we have for him? Because we haven't heard, he did confirm his participation earlier, but I haven't heard from him since yesterday. So. Ashish, we'd had a meeting with him.
Yes, we had meeting, and
yeah,
quite a few ideas as well.
He has some brilliant ideas, and he's connected me to a few NGOs as well. So is it possible to quickly ask him if he's joining? Otherwise, we can start with our panel discussions.
I think we can start our panel discussion, and meanwhile, we'll try to contact. Okay, so this first panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Amita Jain. As you know, she is the is professor in Deakin University and leading this this project with her colleagues. May I invite Ravi Teja. Ravi Teja is our student volunteer and a member of the Somskriti Club. I'll briefly quickly mention about the role of the Somskriti Club. Somskriti Club is a club of the management students in the School of Management in IIT Bombay who are committed for the whose work is more focused on the cultural initiatives, social responsibility related initiatives, and they are the group who bring the festivity and sense of responsibility both in the school culture. So that's why the Samskriti is the term we use for the culture. So Som is like School of Management. So that is the name of the Samskriti Club. Ravi Teja may please come and share the profile of the speakers, panelists. Raviteja will have to unmute yourself and then speak. Are you facing any challenge, Ravi? I can see you here. We are waiting. Okay, but you are okay. So how do I do that? You can unmute, huh? So what can I do now? Yeah, but I am not host actually. Okay. Yes, Ravi. Sorry. You are visible.
Sir, am I audible now, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry for the glitch, sir. So very good morning to one and all present here. So welcome to the first panel discussion. So for the first panel discussion, we have four esteemed panelists. First up, we have Professor Mahadev Jaiswal. Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal is currently the director of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur, and he is also the professor of information systems. Prior to his position as a director at IIM Sambalpur, he was the professor and dean at MDI Gurgaon. His qualifications include PGPX from MIT Sloan School of Management, USA, PhD in Computer Science from Delhi University, and Fulbright Scholar Fellow from Carnegie Mellon University, USA. He has been the visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Indore. His area of expertise includes innovation strategy for startups, digital innovation and platform ecosystems, social entrepreneurship, e-government, ERP, and IT strategy. He is the author of 7 books in information systems and business process management. Next up, we have Mr. Charag Krishnan. Mr. Charag is a partner in McKinsey's education work. He helps higher education institutions to change their trajectory through holistic performance transformations and M&A. He also works with clients on implementing workforce development programs. His expertise includes strategies for improving enrollment, student success and retention, online learning, auxiliary revenues, and organizational capability building. Mr. Charag has supported performance turnarounds of multiple institutions, including a flagship state university and several mid-sized liberal arts universities, helping these organizations to identify the areas of revenue growth through increased retention and enrollment rates, as well as new academic offerings alongside cost optimization. He also led the performance diagnostics of 2 top 20 US universities to help inform their long-term growth strategy and has supported institutions on M&A diligence efforts. In India, Mr. Charag supported the rollout and scale of Generation, an independent non-profit founded by McKinsey to help to address the global issue of youth unemployment. Prior to joining McKinsey in 2014, Mr. Charag worked as a UNICEF Innovation Unit Fellow and was part of the founding cohort of the Teach for India Fellowship, where he served as a primary school teacher for grades 2 and 3 at a low-income municipal school. He also previously led corporate social responsibility projects with school districts for a large state-owned petroleum company. Next up in the panel, we have Professor Nisha Pandey. Dr. Nisha Pandey is a professor and associate dean research and publication and chairperson of the UNIS Center for Social Business at Vivekanand Education Society Business School. Dr. Pandey has completed her PhD in Environment Economics from Harcourt Butler Technological Institute, Kanpur, and her postdoctoral research from IIT Bombay. She has worked in various interdisciplinary research projects in several institutes of international repute, like IIT Bombay, MDI Gurgaon, Harcourt Butler Technological Institute, Kanpur. She has published 2 books in the area of social entrepreneurship. She has traveled to many countries to present papers, including Academy of Management USA, and she has completed a funded project by South Asian Network of Development and Environment Economics, and she has presented her work in social business in Thailand. Dr. Pandey has completed ICSSR funded projects, MMRD and DST NIMAT projects, and she is presently working on impactful policy research in social sciences and social impact assessment for Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, funded by World Bank. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Jaya Mansikanti. Ms. Jaya has been working in the community services for over 20 years across a range of not-for-profit organizations and local and state governments in the state of Victoria in Australia. Noticing a gap in culturally sensitive welfare and community development services for the Indian community in Victoria, Ms. Jaya co-founded Indian Care in 2013 and remained as the president until September 2021. She left the position to pursue research at Victoria University. She is exploring the role of community development practice in the third sector in relation to the sustainable development goals. So I once again welcome all the panelists to the panel discussion. I request Dr. Amita Jain to take over.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant introduction to all our esteemed panelists. And there's such a wealth of knowledgeable people here that I'm sure that they'll add a lot of value to the discussions here. I'll start with Chirag. You've got a wealth of experience in working in educational institutions, especially the higher education sector. And also you've supported the rollout of Generation, which is the non-profit institution. So you've got both the interest there, the higher sector education plus the non-profit. You are the right person to talk about this topic. So I'll put my first question to you, Chirag. What do you see as the key opportunities and benefits for sustainable development goal focused internships and across borders?
Yeah, I think fundamentally, just my mind as we were having this conversation, you were laying out the overview, went to some of the research on which the work that I did with Generation and setting up the youth employment nonprofit was based on. It's McKinsey's research on education and employment. We did a global survey in 2016 of corporates across 80 countries, a bunch of youth across the world. And the stats were something to the tune of 75 million youth under the age of 21 unemployed, about 3 times as many underemployed. And yet 40% of the corporates interviewed and surveyed worldwide report that they struggle to find entry-level challenges, right? Entry-level workforce and entry-level talent. So it's a classic youth employment conundrum, and that was the premise on which Generation was based. I think that added to that all the challenges that COVID has posed and amplified for the global economy, as well as the audacious and ambitious goals that SDG poses for us. There is a significant opportunity for, I think, from all perspectives. The sector, the industry broadly is short on talent and severely looking for folks, sort of it's a trend that has been historically present and further continued. Institutions are more and more over the past 18 months being challenged to think about how do you think about the ROI of the education? And to the point of the conversation we were having earlier, how do we get closer to employability? How do we get closer to a point where there are skills that are transferable and applicable to the workforce? And then I think finally, from the perspective of the students themselves too, there is a huge gap in just apprenticeship and learning opportunities, which I think internships provide a great avenue for them to build the skills and actually find their feet in the workforce. So I feel like there's tremendous opportunity here in a time that, albeit, is very challenging.
So yeah, that's very important, that to know that there's a gap. And it's the same in Australia as well, Chirag. We've heard of these things, that employers are looking for people, they can't find people to work, and vice versa. So my focus here is more on striving towards and helping meeting, if not meeting, at least making a step towards achievement of these big challenges. So what do you think are the opportunities that lie in this sphere?
Yeah, I think one of the things that was being mentioned earlier was, fortunately, you can think of it in terms of huge opportunity because corporates haven't spent as much of their time devotedly thinking about all of the sustainable development goals per se, as you would have liked them to. Of course, in recent times and current affairs, there's a lot of emphasis on a select few with a very high focus on sustainability related topics. I think that is a primary starting point. It's a huge gap, at the same point, a huge opportunity to create that kind of an environment for corporates to start focusing in that direction. I think the second connected piece is there is, and this is a little bit of everyone who works in the corporate social responsibility space understands that an institution or a corporate typically likes to identify, emphasize a couple of areas that they want to focus a lot on, right? I think this becomes a great umbrella for those things to be brought together and start looking more in tandem about how the work we do as a part of our corporate social responsibility can also tie to internships, can also serve as a segue into the workforce, as opposed to being something that we do separate from our core business, right?
Yeah.
And I think this could serve as a great umbrella.
So for this new law of the 2% spend of your after-tax profits, that could also be used towards, working for an NGO towards a certain cause that NGO is trying to achieve. So that law fits in well if the corporation can direct some of the funds towards maybe even paid internships to students.
Yeah, that would be a very, very interesting idea. I think it's far beyond me to comment on policy suggestions, but I think there would be several interesting ideas there.
Yeah.
Even sort of beyond the payment, something as simple as thinking about linking. And I think a few organizations are beginning to do this. As far as you think about farming, sustainable agriculture, sustainable supply chain, procurement practices. To the extent organizations are able to, they have tried to incorporate that aspect of corporate social responsibility into their supply chain, into their logistics, as opposed to keeping that as a separate exercise, that operates outside of the core business of the institution. I think that this would provide a lot of opportunities for the two to become integrated.
You've given a very good example there. And what comes to my mind is some students can be put on such projects to develop, sustainable supply chain and ethical supply chain, which is becoming a very topical issue for a number of firms. Thank you, Chirag. That was very insightful, those discussions that you just those suggestions that you just put forward. I'll move to Jaya. Jaya, you've got vast experience of working in community services, and you've recently you've started a PhD. In fact, confirmed the first you defended your confirmation proposal very recently. So. Professor Pandey, Jaya needs help in unmuting herself, please.
Jaya is co-host as I see her, so I think she should be able to.
Here we go.
Yeah, good. Excellent. Welcome, Jaya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amita Jain. And firstly, can I thank you for inviting me to this forum and your team and all to the partners who've developed this fantastic project. So I wish you all the best, and I'll certainly keep an eye on it because it does link, I think, to the work that I'm trying to do as well. But in answer to your question, I've got a few points.
Mm-hmm.
I think on a broader macro level, Australia and India are trying to build closer ties. And I think this project contributes to that. So it does sort of fit in with a bigger policy direction in Australia as well. And I think these sort of internships can be a way of building cross-cultural understanding and increasing language proficiency amongst the students, and also for them to think more broadly as global citizens, which, you know, I think is really important in this current age. It's a way of progressing Goal 17, which is about building partnerships. And I think that there's many measures around Goal 17. And this is probably one aspect that we could look into, that this project could contribute to. And I think internships can be a way of building projects where there's some certain gaps of SDGs in both countries. For instance, in Australia, we are struggling with SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 10 on reduced inequality. And perhaps it's a way of building some internships to address certain gaps in both countries where the goals are not progressing that much. So we've only got till 2030 to reach the goals. And, you know, this maybe the internships can be a way of addressing where the major gaps are. And also it could be a way of examining how each country is rolling out the goals. For instance, SDG 5 on gender equality. How is Australia rolling it out? How is India rolling it out? And ways of learning. The students can learn how the different countries are rolling out these goals and bringing those ideas back into their own countries, you know, and progressing them even further with these new ideas. There's some of the key points I had.
You've summed it up very well, Jaya. You've actually summed it up very well and given a circular view of the theme. Keeping the time in mind, I'm going to quickly jump to Professor Jaiswal. Professor Jaiswal, you've contributed immensely in the social entrepreneurship space. So would you like to please give me your views about the key opportunities for cultivating and the benefits of such sustainable development goal focused internships for Indian and Australian students, please?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I really appreciate the topic and discussions around 17 SDG and making internship between Australia and Indian students. Coming back to your question, Samita, I mean, we have to visualize how the world is going to change in next 10 years at least. And since data cannot predict about the future, because these are the disruptive change which I'm sure we are going to have, I can see that we can analyze from the 3D perspective. The 3D is that the disruption will happen around 3D. The first D is disruption due to digitalizations. Second D is disruptions due to decarbonizations. And third D is disruption due to democratization of business. Now, if you really see this 3D, which are going to be disruptive D, and then the role of, in each D, the role of government, industry, and academia, partnership becomes very important. Now, in digitalizations, we have seen how government regulations are coming in India as well as Australia. Like in our current parliament, we have the cryptocurrency bill and blockchain and those kind of technology which are emerging as a major disruptors in the entire scenario. The second, industries are also has to refocus whether to focus more on building physical assets and create environmental hazards, or focus on more digital assets. And then institutions will have to also see that how the digitalizations are actually providing new opportunity for educations. Like today, we are able to connect India and Australia students or anywhere because of digitalizations. Second D is about decarbonization. That is where the focus is, like whether we talk about Paris Accord or Glasgow Summit, we have to talk about phase out, phase down of entire, energy sectors. And that will disrupt in a big way the entire industry, because all large companies will have to move to the green energy. and your coal, your petroleum, oil will have to phase out or phase down. In that scenario, the third D, which is democratizations, there's a lot of opportunity for startups and new business. And that is where I could see the social entrepreneurship become the real model, because social entrepreneurship is all about democratizing the business, where every users, every individuals, every household, or every driver of Ola, or every household of Ohio, or every persons in the energy sector. For example, if you're moving to solar energy, every household will be the entrepreneurs. So that is called the model of social entrepreneurship. I mean, we'll have to create a huge organizations, and we don't have enough expertise to manage those kind of entrepreneurs. Because right now we can manage a very large organization, but again confined to few thousand people or few lakh people. The moment you move to social entrepreneurship, there are a couple of examples in India. Amul is the best example, and Narayana Hridayalaya is another example. There's so many in the hospital sectors and agriculture sectors. I can foresee in the long term that is going to be a sustainable business model, because that will not be relying on CSR, on charity of the corporate, after creating so much pollution, but it will be inbuilt sustainable in the business model. So that is the future, I believe, and a lot of research, a lot of entrepreneurship, and a lot of interns are required. And I'm sure this blended, your hybrid model of internship, in terms of that you have a digital portal, will help in terms of maybe the students, wherever which district they're there, they can do physical, but they can connect digital to the other part of the world. So I can see that is the model, and I'm sure this kind of debate will help further to refine and create some research and case studies, the institutions, and that will create enough knowledge, and I'm sure we'll be able to move smoothly into those areas.
Thank you very much. A very important point that you mentioned is to get the feeling inculcated in the DNA of the organization, that it's not something that you have to do just by force of CSR spend. There should be sort of conscious within the organization to be driving towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And you were also talking about social entrepreneurship, and keeping that in mind, I now would like to invite Professor Nisha Pandey to talk, because who's got vast experience in social entrepreneurship, and she's published 2 books in this area as well. So Professor Nisha Pandey, welcome to this panel. And I'll jump to my next question now, being conscious of time, that we're talking about these internships which strive towards the attainment of Sustainable Development Goals, whatever is important for that particular NGO or that particular company that the students are interning with. Now, what would be the criteria that you see are really important or suitable for evaluating such internships? So we can't just have any project. We need to have some sort of scrutiny and some sorts of benchmark which allow us to determine whether this is a suitable internship or not. So the question is that what are the criteria which would be suitable for evaluating such internships?
Thank you, Professor Amita. And thanks for arranging this wonderful panel discussion, focus on SDGs. So addressing to this question about what should be the criteria of selecting a student or maybe making project based on for this internship, the first and foremost important thing that a student should know, or they should address some of the social problem, pressing need of society, which can be addressed by the business model of social enterprise or business model of social business. If students are aware about the TBL, triple bottom line, so the important thing is, if in the classroom we can give some kind of project, basic project, or addressing triple bottom line, and how SDGs are associated with the various functionalities of the organization, institutions, or the industry. So for example, if you see the SDG number 12.3, that is the food waste management. So how a student can address the issue of food waste management and can propose a new business model of arranging or managing food waste, and can propose a new business model where food waste can be managed and the conscious food consumption or conscious food production can be possible. There are a number of examples of changing the packaging of the food, which will address the SDGs, some certain kind of SDGs. Another point is that the SDGs are not directly related. So a student has to know there are sustainability reporting, sustainable audit, sustainable ethical audit, or ethical accounting audit, which is based on sustainability. So traditional learning in the classroom, that is auditing or accounting, there is a need to be some discussion on sustainable audit, sustainable reporting. When they know the sustainable reporting and sustainable audit, they must be aware about that these are the important criteria to get into the new kind of internship, which can address the sustainability as well as a new model of working in the area of social enterprise and the sustainable business model. So it is not directly related. It can be supply chain management. It can, for example, if you talk about the Arvind Eye Care, or if we talk about the Barefoot College. So it starts from the beginning, from understanding the problem where market failed. So market or state failed, it is not because of the accounting, or it is not because of non-availability of resource. Many times market and state failed because they are not addressing the problem with the right ways, and there is lack of research. There's lack of understanding the social issues. So in the classroom, the education should be based on project, some kind of application oriented projects where student can understand where are the social problems which can be addressed by the business model. So the state and market failed. The reason of state and market failed is not only the financial reason. It could be the social reason. It could be the environmental reason. So the understanding the triple bottom line and the social sector, understanding the social sector, how these social sector addressing the market and the environment, which can address the industrial issues also.
Yeah, thank you so much. So essentially, there should be a problem posed in front of the students, and they should be able to provide a solution to achieving the solution to that problem. Thank you so much. I'll jump to Professor Jaiswal for your views on the criteria which should be used to evaluate such internships.
Yeah, I think the criteria should be like a project. And, whenever we evaluate in the classroom, we evaluate based on the understanding and knowledge. But here it should be starting with the application. That is the first stage. That whatever concept you're learning in the class, when you're going for internship, are you able to apply that? So what is the creation? And then next parameter can be how much innovation you have created out of the applications. Is it the same? Because we are moving to the new era where you have to also apply SDG. Let's say you're talking about gender, or you're talking about poverty, or you're talking about green energy, are you talking about entrepreneurship, innovations, whatever parameter you see, the matrices must either should come out with developing a matrices which can be used to measure across the country, across the city, that yes, on this particular index, I can measure this city. Because today now there is going to be competition across cities. So measurement method can be created by the student internship, or it can be applications and then doing actual measurement in the second projects. So that can be, the specific parameters which can be used to evaluate. It should not be left just to, go and see what's happening. You must apply the concept and also able to create a measurement methods for this.
Yes, so there's a solution needs to be provided, a measurable solution needs to be provided. That's the answer to that. Thank you so much, Professor Jaiswal. I might, before I move to my next panelist, I'll just like to remind the audience, if you have any questions for us or the panelists, please put them in the chat function and we'll try to answer them as we proceed. We did have 10 minutes at the end of this panel discussion to answer questions, where you may unmute yourself and ask your questions. But as we go, if you have questions for for our panelists, do put them in the chat function, please. Chirag, I might come to you on the same question about your views. If you have something that you'd like to add to what Nisha and Professor Jaiswal just said as to the criteria, what should be the criteria used to evaluate such internships?
Yeah, no, so I think I think Dr. Jaiswal and Dr. Pandey already covered a lot of the metrics that come to mind. I think if I were to add something, it would be more around what it is that the student might be able to benefit from it, right? So I think a couple of dimensions that would be really interesting and would require some innovation would be one around what are the skills that the students will be able to develop that actually help them translate into an employment opportunity down the line, right? So I think that becomes really valuable, especially in a world where apprenticeship has been lacking in remote settings. So I think a commitment from the institution that they'd be willing to apprentice students, make the time to actually coach and mentor will be valuable. And then I think a third, which I think might need some innovation from the higher education institutions, is how do you credential that? How do you actually qualify that this internship was certified to have been completed? This is the nature of the activity. We've vetted it, and that this can actually mean XYZ in terms of identifying whom to interview and what they are capable of.
Yeah, so Chirag, on that point, which is a very important point at Deakin, we've got a whole administrative team who looks at these internships before they're actually given to the students. So I personally know that one NGO, after one of these events, had contacted us with with the project that they had, and I ran it past our team, and they said there are some changes that they wanted in that. So we definitely need, it's with the universities. So in the portal that we are devising, our next panel discussion is more on the design of the portal, where we'll bring this question up, but we will not, there should be a system of vetting and seeing what those internships, do they meet the criteria? Are they making or giving some benefit to the NGO and the students? Because we want both to benefit, as I talked about that earlier. It's 4 o'clock here, so I might pass this on to my colleague Harsh to ask the next two questions to the panelists, please. Harsh?
Thank you so much, Amita. And thank you, panelists, for a very, very insightful discussion thus far. So I'll direct the next question, Jaya, to you. What do you see as the key challenges for offering such high quality internships at scale? And because this is an Australia-India Council project, I think it would really help us if you could talk about it from an Australian perspective.
Sure. Thank you for that. I've got a few points again. I think one of the key challenges is in Australia, the SDGs don't have as much prominence as in other countries. And I think that there's a real challenge in there to bring a bigger awareness around the SDGs themselves across all the sectors, across business, government, and not-for-profits. So that's one challenge. I think COVID, of course, has created a challenge in terms of border restrictions and the ability of students to actually get face-to-face internships. And because my field of work is in the social sector, which obviously is around assisting people, I think internships online could be a challenge when you're trying to be interacting with groups of people or community groups, unless the internship is simply about developing a strategic plan or something like that. I think if they're going to do some groundwork, trying to progress a certain goal, trying to do online could be a challenge in the social sector. And the social sector here in Australia really does struggle with a lack of resources in terms of lack of personnel, lack of funds to carry out their projects. So to have on top of that a supervision of students is going to be a challenge. And things like language and cultural barriers will obviously, there will be some teething problems there for students. And I think in terms of if it comes to trying to manage any sort of misunderstandings or just a little bit of conflict, perhaps. It's very challenging to do that online because, you can't read the body language. So, I think COVID does pose a bit of a challenge now into this. But perhaps I think Amita was saying that you have developed some good online internships and maybe you've sorted out these problems. But that's something that I think does need some consideration.
Thank you so much, Jaya, because I think it's interesting because it actually kind of links beautifully with Professor Jaiswal's comment that we need to think of the 3D disruption. So Professor Jaiswal, I would actually request you to talk about some challenges that you foresee in this space. And particularly, I would like the panelists to address the issue of, when we talk about SDGs and partnerships, everyone talks about partnerships where two universities partner. So at Deakin, in some ways, we've identified a good model for online internships. And as Amita said, we've had a lot of success with working in online internships where our students have worked with NGOs in India and vice versa. But what we are finding is we haven't really found that many examples of cross-institutional internships. So if you have come across some, or what are the challenges that you see from an institutional perspective? We would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, very good questions. In fact, I would see both sides because inter-country internship was not feasible earlier because we are not connected digitally so much. And we are not exposed. So that way I see that's possibilities happening now. Earlier we were not able to unless we physically move there. But now sitting in the different countries, let's say somebody here in Odisha, somebody there in Melbourne and Sydney can do project jointly. So that is the opportunity. But in terms of challenges, the challenges are like if we have to come out very clearly whether this internship will be apart from their regular classes or it will be a specifically dedicated time, because that way we'll have to provide a flexibility. If you are fixing that only these 3 months you have to do and you have to come out from your regular course curriculum, that may disturb their existing programs which their institution may not allow or may not permit. So therefore one has to see that how are we allowing the internship. I would suggest we should be flexible. We should define the objective very clearly. We should define the objective and time frame, and they should be given full freedom and flexibility how they do, when they do, and how to direct. And then it will be, I think, and then as we should be expecting that they will be able to come out with a beautiful project. And that will create a model because then it may start with various other regions. SDG is absolutely new concept in India. People are talking, but only talking in terms of, very light. They have not taken it very seriously. But I can see, as I'm talking about decarbonizations, next 10 years, we'll have to focus on SDG apart from digitalizations. And therefore, the greater and greater understanding will come and more responsibility will inbuilt in the student because they are the future business leaders. And therefore, it is, I think, creating more opportunities and better understanding because cross-border information exchange will create more incitement and more excitement to do the project because, and also we should provide a proper certification, like in terms of, yes, it should not be just left like a project. If those things are done, I'm sure this project will be a mind-boggling. I think it will create a niche, and I'm sure we'll be able to create large number of projects because India has a large number of issues in terms of 17 SDG in every sector, starting from poverty to environment to education to health and also to your innovations in green energy and so on, in water. And many cities are struggling with the clean air itself, in clean water. So these are the areas which are very, very important. And same time, you have to make sure the businesses which are now emerging is more sustainable in build, as I said earlier. It should not that create a social problem and then put CSR and then solve the problem, because that model, I think, will become obsolete. We'll have to think how we are innovating business model. So those will be, I think, opportunities. Definitely there will challenges will be there initially, but I'm sure this will take off if you are very clear in terms of providing flexibility.
Professor Mahadev, you actually beautifully have articulated how it's important to think of sustainability from the very outset. And yes, flexibility is important to foster deep engagement of students. But with flexibility in Australia, I think usually the challenge arises about the resource implications for institutions. So could you talk a little bit about that, like how are Indian universities addressing that? So one of the issues we have about across-border collaboration, student collaborative projects is in terms of staffing issues. For how long do we allocate staff to supervise? And who has the supervision responsibility at the end? Do you have some examples where it's worked well in that space?
In India, whenever we are taking a project, either industry person is supervising the same industry, because faculty members are also evaluating partly in terms of methodology, etc. So what can be done is whichever industry or whichever government organization you're taking, maybe we should fix up the responsibility of that organization, because university cannot scale out their resources for such a large number of projects. So we'll have to democratize the resources also. Like we'll have to go to those organizations because if you're going to an organization which is dire need of this SDG, they'll be willing to spend every resources, including financial resources, if you're taking on their interest. So we'll have to identify the right project which industry needs, or society needs, or government needs. And then a professor will be excited if you're creating something new, because then he can create a case study or research. With that, I don't think resource will be a constraint. If you're creating something new, which is more proactive, which is more innovative, which is solving unsolved problems, I think we should take up the project which is not just merely documenting the existing database, but it should be solving the unsolved problems. So we'll have to be very carefully designing the project. Then I don't think resource will be a constraint. At least in India, this is not constraint.
Thank you so much, Professor Mahadev. You do add a lot of new perspectives. Chirag, do you have anything to add to this? What challenges, because you spoke quite eloquently about opportunities, what are the challenges that you found, especially with the 12 institutions that you kind of provided advice to?
Yeah, so I think I would add one nuance point around what Professor Dr. Jaiswal was mentioning, specifically around the ownership and involvement from the industry partners. I think there's also a second dimension. So we've done a global survey on reskilling coming out of the pandemic and how corporations have been thinking about it. About 42% of employees that were surveyed indicate that they take any advantage of formal learning opportunities that their companies or their organizations provide them, right? What that is a good measure of is the amount of requirement of apprenticeship and informal on-the-job learning and training opportunities, and the role they play in upskilling and development. So if you apply that similar lens to this role, I think it's not just the ownership from an industry partner perspective. I think it's also from a student benefit, the actual coaching, learning, and development that will happen, that will be much higher if you actually have an industry partner engage and supervise more than just sort of create an opportunity and leave it to the university to administer it.
Thank you, Chirag. Jaya, I'll go back to you on this point because, as you're from Victoria and as you pointed out, a lot of not-for-profit sectors would benefit from student internships, but they're so resource poor that they don't have the resources to supervise students. Can you elaborate on some of the challenges that you have or your students may have experienced or your institution may have experienced in this space?
Yes, I actually did a little small amount of teaching which I began in March last year as a first-time teacher. And soon enough, COVID broke out and we all had to go online. And I was teaching community development subjects, which involved a practical placement, compulsory practical component of that study. But there was no NGO really that was willing to take on a student when at that time it was so early in the pandemic and everyone sort of were just stretched beyond belief in how they were managing their own organizations. It became very difficult for the students to have their field placements. And these are Australian students in Australia and looking for work internship opportunities here. So I can see how more difficult it would be for the international students. So I think it's now that we're sort of settling down and things are easing up a bit, there is possibly could be an opportunity for internships, because obviously there's a lot of there are a lot of issues now that we need to address post this pandemic period that we've been through and we're still going through. I think there is an opportunity now perhaps to address some of the issues, but it's still, they are very resource constrained. And I think that's where the role of government has to step in and to say, pump a bit of resources into these organizations, because certainly the government has relied on these not-for-profits very, very heavily during the pandemic to reach out to their local communities. It was unprecedented how much reliance there was by governments on these organizations to reach out to the communities to promote the health messages. Because each time the health messages changed, any time at certain points of the pandemic. So it was up to these organizations to quickly reach out to their communities. So I think the government has recognized the importance of this sector, but it's now time to resource it. And then that will allow also for these internships to flourish.
Thank you so much, Jaya. That's a good segue to our next question. To foster such internships, what recommendations would you make to decision makers like government for different sectors, public sector, private sector, not-for-profit sector, higher education sectors? So, one recommendation Jaya made is that the public sector must allocate more funding to not-for-profits. But again, the challenge is that, yes, resources would be allocated, but then again, if they are kind of scarce, they have scarce resources, would they be allocating these resources towards supervising internships or not? Should there be some policy recommendation along those lines, or something, as Amita pointed out earlier, should there be some directives about, some incentives or some directives about engaging student interns in SDG focused projects? So I'll direct this question to Professor Pandey to get started.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to share one of my experience which we are following in our institution. We do 3 weeks Yuva for Seva program for our students, where we used to send our students for 3 weeks in NGOs to look at the problem of the society directly. They used to live there. They see the problem, and they find out what are the solutions they can provide based on their management knowledge, how they can address the social problem, and what can they propose any business model which is cost effective, which is innovative, and which can serve the social problem, and it can provide some livelihood opportunity, some kind of business opportunity as employment. So this is a very successful model which we are following. Another thing what we are doing, that whatever project I used to give to my student, it should be based on some or other SDG. It should address the SDG. Maybe any organization cannot address all the SDG, number one. And every organization has to address some or other SDG. So if you find that organization, be it a small or the big organization, they address 1 or 2 SDGs. So the prior knowledge of knowing SDGs and sub-SDGs and how it is affecting business model, what would be the impact in the society of addressing that SDG, is very important. So we have designed some course. For some courses are workshop courses, some courses are long-term courses, some courses are project-based courses that is addressing the SDGs in a different level. First year, second year, or maybe first semester, second semester, and in the third or fourth semester, they generally have to prepare a project report which is based on SDG, which is based on to sensitize the student for the social sector, for the social problem, not only the economic perspective. So that's how we are addressing, and we are giving training to the student to understand the social issues and how they can provide a sustainable business solution for these addressing social problems. The next point which you asked about the partnership and the to know about it. Is there so many institutions to address the problem, but no one is working? Or maybe have they addressed the right problem to provide a solution basis of SDGs. So we should know the institutions only busy with the making policy, or they are addressing the implications, application of the problem, and how it can be applied in the classroom, it can apply in the internship, and it can apply some impact. We should also take care about the shared value, how a student can learn about the shared value, and it can go to the triple bottom line and the triple and social sector reform. Because we don't think about, generally in management education, student and the faculty and the placement sector, they focus only on the organization which will provide you good placement. But with the good placement, our social sector can be invited for placement. It is missing. So we should think about the placement in the social sector, maybe in the NGO, maybe in the other organization, cooperatives. Can cooperative NGOs invited for the placement, and can we meet this education training for the social sector, for the NGO, and for the cooperatives? The education related to cooperative is missing. We are talking about Amul, but Amul is as an example of cooperative, and thousands of employment are there, but we never talk about cooperative in our classroom. So we should find out, apart from corporates, apart from the big industrial houses, we should certainly address the NGOs, how they can provide job, cooperative, what kind of job they can provide, and how students should be ready to apply in and ready to work in such kind of organization to get the job and provide a better services to the society.
Thank you so much, Professor Pandey, for so eloquently addressing this. Professor Jaiswal, now I'll direct the question to you. So we've identified some challenges that, not-for-profits, yes, they would benefit a lot. So for example, like Professor Pandey said, that Yuva for Seva, and some of the suggestions, like you've said, that it would be great if students can come up with becoming legends in identifying new ways of addressing the problems rather than applying the same old ways of addressing those issues. What would be appropriate policy recommendations to different sectors, especially to the governments of Australia and India, if we want to foster such internships across borders, so that genuinely students can engage in finding new ways of addressing some wicked problems?
Yeah, very important question. And let me tell from the Indian perspective, like India has come out with a new education policy, Government of India, that is called new NEP 2020, which talks about globalizing their educations. It's a policy that we need to globalize. They're asking questions that how many institutions are working jointly with global universities. So policy is already allowing that way in terms of international cooperations in the institutions level. Okay. Now, second important thing, which is the main theme of this panel, that is how to incorporate 17 SDG. Now, 17 SDG also, because India is also signatory of Glasgow Summit or Glasgow meetings, COP24, as well as Paris Accord. And therefore, by 2030, we'll have to slow down a lot of our non-green energy sectors, for example, coal particularly. And when you are shifting from those energy consumptions which are fossil based and moving to the green, then that will impose a lot of challenges to the industry which are based purely on this kind of energy consumptions. So now that policy itself will drive industry to come out and incorporate this SDG, maybe some of these points of SDG. And so that itself is a requirement by corporates. And these corporates are looking for young, bright students to work on the new models, because now if you have to close down your coal-based energy consumptions, then what is the way out? We'll have to move to solar, we have to move to new technologies. And that is where I've been saying that if the internship is that how other countries are addressing this kind of industrial disruptions, If that can be the internship project, I'm sure every industry will be excited, every student will be excited, because those are also creating new jobs and entrepreneurship. And that is also one agenda of SDG, that how innovation-based entrepreneurship is created at the grassroots level. So I feel there is a great opportunities, provided we are able to focus our internship more around this SDG and also around the government policies, which are already in line in India. I'm sure Australia is also part of the same accord. And therefore, both the countries will have no challenge in terms of coming out with because there will be a lot of learning from Australia, as well as there will be a lot of learning from India, because in India, some area, India is doing very well, and some area, Australia is doing very well. So we'll have to figure it out, how we can benchmark each other's and then come out with the joint projects.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor Jaiswal. Chirag, I'll direct the same question. I think, you eloquently pointed out, and as did all the panelists, it's really important for the corporate sector, for the not-for-profit sector, and for students to collaborate if we really want to achieve SDGs. Can you think of some really workable models, viable models, which are, some models Professor Jaiswal and Professor Pandey have already suggested, but extending it further in terms of now we are looking for really practical, viable recommendations. And as you know, with your experience, you know that the public sector is always kind of resource.
Yeah.
They don't have that many resources either. So it's a matter of reshifting resources rather than kind of putting in more resources.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of interesting trains of thought, right? One is from a student perspective. How do you make this more driven by and engaged with the students that would be keen on driving this, and sort of latch on to other platforms that exist for similar avenues? Like you could look at something like the UN Jobs platform, how students look at and explore RA-ships and externship opportunities in Europe predominantly. There's a lot of such crowd sharing platforms that students have developed sort of outside the aegis of any institution. And so there's an opportunity to leverage some of that creativity as this platform comes up. I think on the other side, and this is a little bit of the experience from the youth employment work that I've done in the past, it was very interesting when you shifted the conversation away from a corporate social responsibility executive to a conversation with the HR and the talent team of the organization. Because suddenly you were talking not just about a social imperative of theirs, but also trying to address a talent gap of the institution or the corporation that you're trying to work with. And thereby just implicitly directly aligning more incentives than you would be if you were routing the conversation through a CSR conversation, right? So I think just some of those tactical things might be very helpful, in having HR and talent teams earlier at an earlier stage in the discussion, as opposed to only having CSR teams, might be really valuable.
Okay, Chirag, I'll push this even further. So, because I'm an educator at heart, so one of the things that I feel is good students will anyway learn regardless of whether I teach them or not. So I think in the conversation, one of the things that I keep saying is, yes, but if we look at employability agenda, often students who need the internships the most are the ones who miss out on them. So now I'm going to pose you a question: what kind of policy recommendations can be done so that there is some incentive, not just for, that meritocracy has to be addressed, that we are not widening the gap between.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, please.
No, so I think this is a very interesting question that comes up fairly often, right? I would not be comfortable making policy recommendations. It's just something that McKinsey does not do, right? What I will offer though is, in terms of the widening of the gap, the more the focus can be on skills and what it is that the students are able to offer, bring to the table in terms of excitement, passion, willingness to learn and take opportunities, as opposed to the cookie cutter, this is what is on the resume, this is why you were being shortlisted for the internship. I think that will be a huge unlock of a platform like this. And that is the kind of democratization that we were talking about earlier in this conversation, but also just does not happen in the traditional placement processes that institutions will typically offer, right? So I think that is where there's an opportunity to make it even more open and let the person shine outside of the credentials and the resume, and in fact further serve to create a new credential that they could now sort of own as a badge on their resume, that they would otherwise not have had in a more sort of conventional method.
Thank you so much. I think some really, really interesting thoughts which are pushing the boundary and kind of offering us alternative ways of looking at the problem and addressing some real issues. So we've really discussed lots of opportunities, but I think the session has been wonderful for me because I feel we've been honestly addressing the challenges as well, rather than turning a blind eye to the challenges. I'd like to thank the panel, and Amita, perhaps at this point, I should hand it over back to you.
Thank you, Harsh. As Harsh just said, I'm deeply and immensely grateful for all of you to spend your time and your excellent suggestions, which we hope to incorporate in the policy document that we write. And hopefully we will be able to cultivate and develop more such internships, which will help us strive towards the big challenges that the world faces. And I also would like to thank our audience here who've given such wonderful ideas, which I've been jotting down on my other screen as I see them. I would like to connect with some of you after this because I can see there's a lot of interest in providing your students internships with Australian NGOs and vice versa. So do please find Harsh and I on LinkedIn and connect so that we can keep the conversations going. Thank you, Jaya, Chirag, Professor Jaiswal, and Professor Nisha Pandey for your excellent views, which we are sure that they will really help us continue with this project and develop good, successful, valuable internships. Many thanks to all of you.
Thanks, Amita, and thanks, Ars. And
bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks very much for wonderful conversation. We are moving towards the second panel discussion where we will be having more conversation about the design questions. Should we start, Professor Amita Jain?
Yes, Ashish, let's start. It's 4:30. I mean, it'll be 11 o'clock your time, I think. So yeah. Our panelists are here, so there is no need to wait. We should start and finish in an hour because we'd like to finish on time.
Great. So thanks very much. Again, our panelists are Mr. Arun Raste, Professor Devdeep, Ms. Molina, and this panel will also be moderated by Professor Harsh Suri and Professor Amita Jain. So I will request Ravi Teja to introduce the panelist.
Thank you very much, sir. So for the second panel discussion, we have 4 esteemed panelists. So the first one is Mr. Arun Raste. Mr. Arun Raste is currently the Managing Director and the CEO of NCDEX. He has worked as the Executive Director of National Dairy Development Board of India. He had earlier worked with companies such as Kotak Mahindra Bank, IDFC Bank, ACC Cement, NABARD, and a non-profit NGO, IRFT. He completed his bachelor's degree in economics and a master's degree in economics. He also holds a post-graduation diploma in marketing management. He has interest in areas such as BOP finance, business strategy, CSR, marketing, corporate planning, and NGO management. So the second panelist for the panel discussion is Professor Devdeep Purkayastha. Professor Devdeep is a full-time professor of practice at IIT Bombay Desai Sethi School of Entrepreneurship. He is closely involved with the startup ecosystem, both in technology and social sectors. He teaches technology entrepreneurship courses, mentors startup teams, and advises investors. He has served as the president of Enactus India. Enactus is a non-profit organization that supports students in social impact projects across 35 countries. Previously, he had worked for 3 decades as a he has 3 decades of corporate experience at leading global corporations such as P&G and DHL. He has been recognized in various forums, including the CEO of the Year. He completed his studies at IIT Kharagpur and IIM Calcutta, and he later participated in executive programs at Wharton and INSEAD. So the next panelist for the discussion is Ms. Aarti Vig. Ms. Aarti is currently the head of future thinking at UNIS Social Business Center, where her current focus is research on the barriers to corporate purpose transformation. Ms. Aarti also co-founded UNIS Social Business India, where she catalyzed the creation of social business funds and the Indian Corporate Action Tank, which is India's first incubator for large corporates to create in-house social businesses. She was voted to the Aspen Fellowship in 2019 and to the Asia 21 Fellowship for Young Leaders, making a difference in the Asia Pacific region in 2014. She is also part of the BMW Foundation Responsible Leaders Network. Previously, Ms. Aarti worked as an investment banker at JP Morgan in Mumbai. She holds a master's degree in finance from the London School of Economics. Last but not the least, we have the next panelist, Ms. Molina Asthana. Ms. Molina is the Vice President of the Law Institute of Victoria, and she's the National President of the Asian Australian Lawyers Association. She's an experienced commercial lawyer, having practiced both in Australia and India. Ms. Molina also serves on various boards, including AMES Australia, Graduate House of the University of Melbourne, Good Shepherd ANZ, Gymnastics Victoria, AFL Southeast Commission, Table Tennis Victoria, and Australasian Centre for Human Rights and Health. She is also the co-founder of Asian Australian Alliance, and she is the co-founder of the organization Multicultural Women in Sport. She has received multiple awards for her work, including the Victorian Multicultural Award for Excellence thrice. I welcome all the panelists for the panel discussion. Request Ms. Amita and Professor Harsh to take over.
Thank you so much. Yes, as Raviteja just said, I welcome all the panelists and really appreciate your time today. Looking at your deep interest in social responsibility and NGO management, I'll pose my first question to Mr. Arun Raste. Mr. Raste, we are talking about internships that focus towards achieving or fostering sustainable development goals. So the question is that what type of cross-border projects or internships would be particularly suitable for advancing SDGs? So are there any particular sort of internships that would be more suited than others?
Well, if I'm looking at internships and I go back to my NGO days and my corporate days, both if I'm combining the two stints, there are 2 or 3 things which an employer looks at in internships. One is obviously enlisting the interns as their future employees. That is the primary aim of an employer. And when I'm looking as an employer, there are things which possibly the universities and students are not looking at is the duration. That's the first thing. People are looking at talking about 3 weeks and 4 weeks. That is not an internship an employer looks at. An employer is looking at least 6 months. So just yesterday, we took some interns, and that is 6 months internships. We pay them half the salary which they will get if they get absorbed. So one is the duration, because practically what happens is if a student is coming fresh from university, whether it's a postgrad student or MBA student, he first, in first week or 2 weeks, possibly he needs to understand how the organization operates rather than, start working. And then possibly what he or she can do. If I'm looking at the same question from an NGO parlance, most of the NGOs, possibly they don't have people who can give time to interns. Yeah. So the intern really has to take time away from the CEO or the decision maker in the NGO entity. Second, in terms of delivery, for an NGO, giving money for an intern is very, very difficult, and they will be looking at what the intern can deliver, whether they can drive my business if they are a income generating activity, or if they are in say health, what is that value add the intern will bring in. So a clearly defined, I would say, JD, job description, for want of a better word, that is something which, and as an employer, I would like to do, and the student will need to understand, the academics fraternity will need to explain this to them. Why I'm saying so? Because if you're looking at SDG Goal 17, partnerships are important, and partnerships are forged right at the internship time. These are long-term partnerships. We want to invest, the industry would or NGO would like to invest in students for long term. So we can inculcate some of the habits right away. So if I'm looking at Second, I find the students are very, very smart, especially in COVID times. I think what they have done is they have learned from each other. They have learned globally. They are connected globally. Just yesterday I was speaking to some youngsters. I don't understand Bitcoins. I don't understand blockchains, but they could explain. And he was telling me, oh, you can make money. So right now it is a boom time. They are making money. That is fine. But they need to possibly, they are much more advanced in terms of adoption of technology, which we, in our generation at least, we were not. And we need to be cognizant of that and how fast they can learn. So that is the second part. The last bit, and I don't want to romanticize social enterprise. I don't want to romanticize possibly, what has been done, because I worked in Amul and the chain. But what I need to emphasize here is scaling up. Deakin and IITs are some of the best institutions, and you're talking only about the best institution. But when you are talking about scaling up at the second grade and third grade institutions and their students, and whether this particular platform which is being created can be used by students across the industries, across the geographies. It's not only India and Australia, but across the industries, across the universities, maybe the second grade or third grade universities also. There might be some very good students coming from those universities. I don't come from any Ivy League school, but then I'm at the top of my professional career. How can I utilize this? So replication of this, scaling it up. The last bit, say if I'm looking at SDGs and something like no poverty, it will be very difficult for somebody in India to possibly relate with that. But in Australia, the students can relate with it. So when we're talking about the social and cultural ethos of the two countries, the students will need to understand these, because something like equality education or good health and well-being is a given in Australia, but that might not be the case for a student in India. So when we are interacting with students, we'll have to possibly look at building this up as maybe an introductory kind of a session, or maybe a few sessions, and then only they are up to speed. There I am.
Very good points there, and that's precisely the aim of this project, that you try to build awareness of one country and the other countries into the students of the other country. You had one question earlier about bringing in second tier and third tier university students. Absolutely, that's the idea. This is open to everybody, as long as the internship opportunity passes the test of, it passes the evaluation test that this is a good internship. It is open to students from all universities, but because it is funded by Australia-India Council, we are, I think, limited to students in India and Australia. We are not going beyond India and Australia at this stage. And Deakin University is committed to continuing, keeping this project up, the portal up, beyond the life of the project, which finishes in December next year. So in your networks, if you know of students and universities which are not the prime universities, we are very happy to involve students from those universities as well. Thank you, Mr. Raste. I'm going to jump to Professor Depti for his views on the types of internships which would be suitable for advancing sustainable development goals, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning and good evening. So I would just like to start with first 2 or 3 ways of thinking about internship. Okay, and I'm going to talk about 3 things. First thing is, I think we should broaden the scope of internship into what I call responsible next generation leadership. Internship is a tool. Internship is a step. But when we broaden the dimension into responsible next generation leadership, we are looking at thousands of students who in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, will be the future Professor Amita Jain, or Mr. Arun Rastogi, or Professor Ashish Pandey, or a CEO, or a CXO, or a social entrepreneur, or a minister, or an IAS officer. And as we do this program and broaden it from thinking of interns into next-gen social responsible leaders, then you find that a lot of pieces come into place. First, an awareness, a social awareness, the triple bottom line that we talked about. Leadership skills. Typically, universities are focused on arts, science, commerce, engineering, medicine, law, etc. But I think we need to go beyond that. And in India, the new education policy clearly focuses on multidisciplinary skills beyond the traditional engineering, medicine, whatever you have. So I think the first paradigm change would be, and my request to all the organizers and the project leaders is, let's talk about responsible next-gen leadership, not just internship. Next thing, the next suggestion I have for you is that, we have talked about employability. And I'd like to also change the paradigm a little bit into employerability, which means entrepreneurship. We should ready our students and future generations, not just to be good employees. India desperately needs jobs. Australia is lucky because we're probably a job surplus country. India is a labor surplus country. We desperately need jobs, which means we need employers and entrepreneurs more than employees. So my recommendation to the panel and everybody who's attending is start thinking about employability versus just employability, which then fits into the program of becoming a next-gen leader. Because to be an employer and entrepreneur, you have to have next-gen social leadership skills, not just employee-oriented engineering skills or law skills or arts and commerce skills. Okay, so that's my request. The third request would be, everything that I've heard today is happening. There are many NGOs and partnership and ecosystem around the world. I have been party to one of them, which is called Enactus. It's a 50-year-old, started in US, today in 35 countries. I had the privilege of being the India country leader and being on the global leadership team. So it basically works with, about 2,000 colleges across 35 countries who work on social entrepreneurship projects and become what I've described as next-gen social leaders. In 5 decades, they have developed huge amount of toolkits, training programs, social kits, etc. Last year in India, across 110 colleges, and I'll give you the Australian numbers in a minute. In India, 110 colleges, about 5,000 students, did about 250 projects impacting 1.7 million lives, which included social entrepreneurship projects to provide livelihood and skills to sex-trafficked women. Below the bottom of the pyramid, women, abused women. Entrepreneurship projects around disposable sanitary napkins, disposable diapers, creating jobs for scavengers' wives, which you probably don't have in Australia. They have a huge network already in Australia. In Australia, they have 15 teams, okay? And that includes all the universities. Dickens, I checked, Dickens is not there. Melbourne, Queensland, Sydney, Western Australia, they have 600 members already. They're also doing exchange programs exactly like what you're talking about. For example, between Morocco and US, Canada and Southern Africa, southern parts of Africa, Zambia and some other countries, Egypt and some other Middle East country. In India, colleges, we have 110 colleges in India. The colleges are already collaborating, several of the IITs, all the VIT, BIT, Manipal, etc. All the arts and science commerces, LSR, Hindu, Stephens, Jai Hind, NITI. And what you were just talking about is cross-border. Cross-border is not just cross-border India, Australia. Cross-border is also Western Australia to, East Coast of Australia. It's also Northern India to Southern India. So this whole culture of building an ecosystem exists. And I would strongly recommend all the organizers to please study the ecosystem. I'm not recommending Enactus as the only ecosystem. There are other ecosystems out there. And versus trying to create something from scratch, we can become party to one of those ecosystems that exist, global ecosystems, and then find out our own space that we want to work with. If IT, because IT is one of the partners, if you want to do technology-enabled social entrepreneurships, fine, that's our niche. If you want to do specifically lane-based, you want to connect Melbourne or Queensland or Sydney or Dickens to South India or West India or North India and have exchange programs, all of that exists. So I will summarize by saying, let's talk about next-gen leadership, responsible leadership, not just internship. Let's talk about employability, entrepreneurship, as well as employability. And let's leverage global ecosystems that exist. We will save years and we can fast track into what we really want to do, impact, and create student versus spending time on building toolkits, and portals exist. They're lovely portals. So don't have to spend 1 year, 2 years and funding to create the backend infrastructure. By joining the ecosystem that exists, we can start focusing on impact today, both for the beneficiaries as well as creating next-gen leaders. Back to you, Professor Jain.
Thank you so much, Professor Depti. We'll dig into these points that you have suggested and find out a bit more about those existing collaborations between universities. That will be very useful. Why start from scratch? So we can join hands with those existing collaborations. So thank you very much for pointing those out to us. I'll ask Ms. Melina Asthana about her views on cross-border internships. What are the particular internships do you think would be suitable for advancing SDGs? Because you have worked immensely with Indian institutes as well as Australian institutes. So you are in a good position to answer this question. Ms. Asthana, please.
Thank you, Amita, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I agree with everything that's been said by previous speakers, so I won't elaborate on those points. I will sort of shift the focus on what kind of topics and would be suitable for those, because I think that's also an important conversation. Firstly, I think all organizations should start thinking about embedding SDGs in policy and strategy, systems and processes, legal agreements and culture. Therefore, from my perspective, any organization that is willing to participate should do so, because even if they're not planning to collaborate on a bilateral level, a perspective on SDGs would be really useful. I think it's important for us to also think about the aspirations of the next generation. And I know previous speakers have also spoken about that in some manner. And I would say include Indian Australians in that as well. For example, your daughter, my daughter, think about them as students and what would they like out of this. They may want to go and do an internship in India or a cross-border internship for something that's close to their heart. Let's not just always think about Indian students wanting to come to Australia, because there's that parallel world that exists as well that we need to sort of tap into. There's some issues that are closer to their heart than others. For example, environment. My daughter is really passionate about environment. Inequality as well. When they see that, when they travel to India, they see inequality, and that really worries them. Those are things that they would probably like to sort of intern in those areas if they were given that opportunity. Sport is an interesting one. I've been doing a lot of work in sport, and I think that's an area that we don't really think about too much in terms of advancing SDGs, though now a lot of organizations have started building them into their processes. So for the internships built around that would really be useful for our relationship, because a lot of our relationship is based on sport, cricket being our love. Also, I think for me, particularly gender equality, of course, is a topic very dear to my heart, and a focus for Australia and particularly Victoria has been has been about promoting gender equality, and internships that advance that agenda would obviously be attractive and valuable. And those are, we can also start thinking about organizations that have an interest in both countries. They might be best suited to deliver some of these internships. Think about Australia's India strategy and India's strategy for Australia, and some of those topics that are of relevance, and some of those industries and areas that have been highlighted in that. Perhaps those are the industries that we need to focus on. I suppose some of them could be, therefore, in the context of our bilateral relationships. Some areas that may be relevant would be, say, for example, Goal 7, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Because we are talking a lot about sustainable energy in our relationship. There's build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, because that's our strength and that's what India needs. Reduce inequality within and among countries, which I've already touched upon, which is goal 10. Goal 11 is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Smart cities has been an initiative for India. That's something that Australia has been very keen to collaborate on. Also thinking about goal 16, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. We have a shared Commonwealth values between nations, and I think building on those, this goal would also be of use. So these are just some of my suggestions for internships.
Thank you, Molina. That was very useful, and a few things that have not come up in panels before. So thank you so much. We're recording this, and we would put some of these suggestions into the policy document that we write. So thank you so much. I'll move to my next question. Molina, while I have you there, I might ask you about who should be, so we've got our current partners, the industries here in Australia and India and the universities. Do you think there should be some other people or other organizations or other sectors that could be included in this community of practice in addition to the current partners that we have?
Yes, definitely, Amita. I think, I suppose some of the goals that I mentioned would have natural partners who you would work with for those internships. But for example, sporting organizations, probably, I'm not sure whether you've tapped into those. Not for profits, I know people have spoken about that before. They are absolutely a great organizations to collaborate with, to partner with. Government departments also sometimes are looking for those kind of interns. So they look like obvious choices if they're not really already included. But thinking about social enterprises is the new norm. So there are some social enterprises that already support these agendas, and they could also be both contributors and benefactors of this program. Also think about startups with a conscience. A lot of them, I do a lot of work in the racism space. We're constantly being, contacted by startups who want to help us. So they have a conscience, and they should be included in the community of practice. They would also be valuable in terms of both in-kind or cash support. The diaspora in Australia, as well as the Australian alumni in India, would be valuable partners. So a lot of them have organizations, whether it's not-for-profit, social enterprises, or organizations that they're running. Organizations that have a social impact arm, for example, Facebook. So my brother heads the social impact arm of India for Facebook in India. So he works with all kinds of community organizations. So those kind of organizations would also be good to partner with. Google also probably has similar things. There's big organizations have those kind of arms that work in these areas. So they would be good to partner with. Also, I suppose support in terms of hosting interns, virtually, placements, spreading the word would all be important kind of additions. That's the kind of support that can be provided by some of these organizations. Government grants obviously are very important. That's why we need to have the government on board for these agenda and enhance and they have an agenda to enhance the bilateral relationship, and they can definitely provide that support. So I think so these are some examples.
Excellent. The point that you made about, we were thinking more in terms of NGOs because they're working towards one or the other SDG, but yes, social arms of the big firms are very important as well. So we could tap into those as well for some projects that they have. Thank you, Molina, so much. I've got I might ask this question to Professor Devti once again. What do you think should be, who you think should be included in this community of practice? Anything else that you can think of other than what Molina has just mentioned?
So yes, I would separate in the community organizations from people. Both are important. Okay, organization like Molina has said, for example, if you want to do something on water, access to clean water, the obvious choices would be a beverage company, or a foods company, or a water purification company, who's working on water kind of this thing. Okay, so those are organizations, NGOs we've talked about. I'd also urge that we also start thinking of people. There was an earlier discussion around students from good colleges and so on. See, I have seen that the best social entrepreneurs or even entrepreneurs are not the highest ranking students from the best colleges. So the students that we pick should be entrepreneurial and social entrepreneurship with a lot of responsibility. No direct linkage to marks or grades. Similarly, I would also handpick a lot of mentors. The mentoring system is absolutely important. So in Enactus India itself, we had about a mentor pool of 250. In IIT Bombay, in our school, we have a mentor pool of 100 plus. And these are people who either have domain expertise or functional expertise. So domain being agri-tech, if we're doing something on agriculture, something on access to water, sanitation, women's livelihood, whatever, health and hygiene, okay? Domain experts and also functional experts. To create an impactful project, full cycle, you will need some amount of marketing and some amount of finance and some amount of team building and some amount of leadership. So I would separate and add on to what Molina said, that there are organizations we should think of. Importantly, we should think of people, the best students, not necessarily the brightest, but the most committed, etc. And also mentors. So it may not be a Unilever, but it may be people in Unilever or people in Procter & Gamble who are committed. That's what I would add on.
Yeah. Thank you so much. At this point, I might hand over to my colleague, Harsh, to take the next two questions up with our panelists, please.
Thank you, Amita. Thanks all panelists. It's been really, really interesting. And Professor Purkayas, I will get back to you about how can we leverage the two platforms, Enactus platform and ours, in a little while. But I'll begin by asking a question to Aarti. Aarti, drawing upon your rich experience of social entrepreneurship projects in large companies in India, could you share your views on how do the companies, the wider community and students, how might they benefit from engaging in these projects?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much to the organizers for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. Just to give a little bit of an introduction to what I do. So I work with an organization called Yunus Social Business, which is part of the Grameen family of organizations founded by Mohammed Yunus. But we focus not on microfinance, but specifically on social business projects. So that is, we help create examples of businesses that are solving for social problems, or to put it in the context of this discussion, businesses that are solving for SDGs. And these businesses could sit either in the hands of an entrepreneur, so that would be a social enterprise then, or it could be a business that is sitting inside a large corporation, run by a very entrepreneurial employee inside that large corporation, where that large corporation is thinking about ways in which their core capabilities, so these are not CSR projects, but they're thinking about ways in which their core capabilities are being used to address a social or environmental problem. And that's what we call our social entrepreneurship projects. So we work on basically on both of these pieces. And I have been sort of a practitioner on the corporate entrepreneurship side, helping create incubation platforms for some of these sort of social entrepreneurship projects in India. But very recently, I've moved into a research role where we're looking at creating guides and tools and frameworks to help companies become more purpose-driven. So with that context, I really loved, I unfortunately joined a little late, but I heard a couple of, the former panelists talk, and I think a lot of what they were saying really resonated. Molina brought up the point about not just thinking of SDGs in terms of, NGOs, but also looking at, say, the impact arms of large organizations. I'll say we need to go even one step further beyond that. And because large companies, there is this movement globally towards stakeholder capitalism, towards companies becoming purpose-driven. And fundamentally what that means is that companies are being asked by regulators, by large investors, by employees, by consumers to think about ways in which they can contribute to solving societal problems and make profit as a result of creating that value. No longer Milton Friedman's profit as a means to an end. And So that mindset shift basically involves also framing, in many cases, the entire business as SDGs. So when companies are now starting to think about their strategy, in this kind of new world of being purpose-driven, one of the steps that they do take, for example, Danone releases, Danone, the yogurt company, they, in fact, in their annual report, they frame their business very interestingly now in the form of SDGs. How is each business unit contributing to SDGs? So now, if that's the mindset shift that's starting to happen, which is being driven by, not just companies, as I mentioned, but the largest, the investors in the world. You have BlackRock's CEO, Larry Fink, every year writing a letter to the, they have, I think, over $1 trillion in assets, and so they obviously control a large proportion of money flows in the world. And he writes a letter every year to CEOs saying, you must think about societal purpose. He's been doing that for a few years now, and no longer just profitability. So, you're hearing this from employees. We're hearing about the great resignation that's happening in the West, which is also being driven by people, I think, wanting to find purpose in their work. It's being driven by consumers who are starting to now shift their wallet towards companies that are at least being sustainable, if not creating a positive impact. And this mindset shift that's happening, this massive shift that's happening in capitalism, requires a new kind of leader, right? And in a sense, I think these internships that we're talking about can be a very powerful way to not only expose young people to this work that is happening, but also prepare them to become future leaders. And I think Devdeep's point about the fact that the kids that end up doing well in these sort of internships are not the ones that come from are not the ones that have been on traditional kind of career paths, or the ones that you consider your regular stars, but they're often kids that have a really grounded understanding of the world, in a sense. And so this contributes also, especially when you're thinking about this from a cross-border angle, allowing, the SDGs really are something that tie us together as a world. You no longer think in terms of countries. And so this kind of allows young people from different parts of the world to come together and start looking at the world through the lens of how do I solve problems that do not stop at my national borders, or how do I start thinking about how my company can contribute to solving systemic issues? How can my, say, a food company contribute to solving, to creating a sustainable food ecosystem, right? And again, that doesn't stop at the borders of either your company or your country. Right? This is something that extends across the world. It needs an understanding of complexity. So I think there's a good sort of demand for this sort of thing that's starting to bubble up. And this could be one sort of source of supply, fresh ideas for those sort of companies. But it could also be a way to prepare that future supply for the leadership of the future, which is going to come up really soon. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you so much, Aarti. So, Devdeep, I actually want to go back to you because you did share with us a very good example of Enactus. And, out of 39 public universities in Australia, less than half are members of Enactus, not because they don't appreciate the work they are doing, Enactus is doing. In fact, I had that conversation with our own university team about possibly subscribing to Enactus. But there's a bit of hesitation there about the scalability. And that also relates to something that Mr. Raste said about it's not just including some universities. Yes, it's great that 110 business schools in India are participating with Enactus, but Enactus is one of the very successful models. What I would like to hear from you is how might we, like in this project, one of the things we wanted to do was offer a variety of models. So Enactus is pretty good because they've thought through one model of SDG focused internships, and they do a very good job at it. But I recently led a national project on internships in Australia, an online will project. And one of the things we found was that students from equity groups, especially in Australia, do struggle to participate in that Enactus type model of internships because they can't let go of their paid work commitments for too long. So can you suggest some ways in which we might leverage, or how might we harness some synergies between our digital platform and that's what's offered by Enactus?
That's a question to me.
Yes,
right?
Devdeep.
Yeah. I think if you just step back, for you and this particular group, Enactus, again, is a way of doing things. It's not the only way, like you said.
Yes.
Okay. There are things you can learn. You have an advantage because you're already digitized. Okay. And therefore, you are hugely scalable, which a traditional university may not be able to do. Now, if you break up the steps of impact, let's start with impact. Internship is a tool. So let's start with, you want to create an impact. What are the impact? You want to create leaders. You want to do some social projects. You want to create a globalized mindset, and you want to drive values of SDGs so that when these people, your students and our students, become the CEO, CXO, minister, whatever, they're already, in their mind, there's already the social consciousness that's coming. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. Okay. Now, one of the things you could do is, even well before you start with the internship itself, it's very easy for you to launch today. We can collectively launch an immersion program between the Australia-India lane. Okay, SDG conceptually many people know. You can look it up in the website. Okay, yeah. But the government of India, including Niti Aayog, has enormous amount of details and a complete dashboard, which is by SDG, by state, by province almost, by district level. They have, the scorecard of SDGs. So you can very quickly fill out, if I want to work in a province in India, let's say Chhattisgarh, which SDG is most needed? That immersion. Similarly, in Western Australia, you may have some needs. You may have some needs with the original, original people of Australia, whatever your social needs are. So you can start an immersion program on SDG awareness, practical. Second, you can start skill building today around social entrepreneurship. We have a full, Enactus itself has a full program. IIT Bombay has a program. I think Aarti mentioned that she is already doing something. You could start a social entrepreneurship program today. So once you've done the country immersion, once you've built certain skills, the social business model canvas or whatever, then you could do a pitching kind of this thing. So you could help, you could set up a panel, the same panel, all the names that we see here. The students could come and pitch their ideas. Australian students, what they want to do in India, India students, what they want to do to Australia, teammates that they have created, they can pitch. And then if you get 4 or 5 good students or good student teams who have come up with good ideas, we could collectively decide that this is a first cohort. This is a first cohort of 10 students, 20 students, 50 students, who then do the project startup. You don't have to physically travel on day one. You could do a lot of ideation, solution design, etc., and then start the travel. So what I'm saying is there are things we can do, and your advantage is that we are completely digital. IIT Bombay itself has a lot of digital platforms, and you could start today leveraging those platforms. I'm just brainstorming to give you a feel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I think I'll pose a question to you, and then I'll go to Arun, and then I'll come back to you, because I would love to hear from you, because you actually talked a little bit about mentoring. So in our previous session, one of the biggest challenge that we find is mentoring students on these projects, because we do want them to actually do something worthwhile, which requires that they're not left on their own. And you spoke about the model of mentoring that Enactus has, domain expertise and functional expertise. And what we would love to hear from you, because, if we talk about host organizations, in our previous panel, one of the panelists said part of the problem is that, especially in Australia, lot of NGOs are time poor. So they don't have the, like, while they would like to have student interns, they would love to host student interns, but they don't have the time to supervise them because they are very resource poor. So we would love to hear some more models about how can we increase the pool of high quality mentors so that their risk is also managed, because there is a huge issue with risk. So some of the practical challenges we've experienced, issues around modern slavery. So we don't want internships to just become, a way of cheap labor. How do we contain that? How do we ensure that students actually get value for what they are doing? So this is something, Molina, I'm going to address to you. But right now, Arun, I wanted to ask you about the question that you raised. You actually quite eloquently identified what are the specific needs of host organizations for internships. And I'm going to pose the question to you. What do you think are some practical ways in which institutions can actually meet those needs of host organizations at a scalable level? So it's not just the elite students who can participate in internships, but in ways that we can engage lots of students, almost every student, because that's what Australian universities would aspire to, that every student has an internship experience.
So I'll play devil's advocate. I'm sorry about that, but I need to play that for the simple reason that if I'm looking at the reality around me, millions have lost their jobs. We were talking about demographic dividend in India a few years ago, but the India Skill Report, if I'm looking at, only about 45% of engineers who are graduating, and they are from some of the good universities, they are employable. So on one side, people are losing their jobs. Second, the people who are coming out of universities, they are not employable. Number three, what we have seen in terms of people getting employment in last 2 or 3 years, the maximum number of people who got employment was either as a delivery boys for Amazons and equivalents of the world, or drivers for Olas and Ubers of the world. And the third was agriculture. These three sectors were the biggest employers in last 2 years in the pandemic time. So that's the harsh reality, unfortunately. Number two, if I'm looking at in terms of what do we expect the students to bring in. So first is the flexibility and readiness to change. When we are sitting in a university, either through government funding or your parents' funding or whichever way you are looking at it, you are in a cocoon. But when you come to an employment scenario, it's a harsh reality that suddenly hits students. That you are deadline driven, and that is something which they need to understand. They need to understand the responsibility which comes with deadlines and the need to deliver any particular project or any particular task. So that is the first part of it. Second is innovative approach. Possibly I had never thought about 3D printing, and today's students, if I'm looking at them, they are learning from technologies which don't even exist. So, before this session, we were talking about blockchains and Bitcoins. So the students are a step ahead of academics. I should, unfortunately, I have to say that, but they are 1 or 2 steps ahead of, academics and even the practitioners. The third is, I would say, how do we communicate and how do students communicate? That is something which is very, very important in a work scenario. Effectively communicating. And when I'm saying communication, it is not only in terms of peer-to-peer, but it is peer-to whosoever. There comes the question of emotional intelligence. So as an employer, when I'm employing somebody, whether it's an intern or whether it's a permanent employee, I'm looking at how the person is in a position to take stress of the job, the stress of his outside world, the stress of maybe pandemic even for that matter. So the communication, the stress-taking ability, the emotional intelligence is something which was never possibly tested earlier, but which is a bigger requirement in these times. The last bit, again, when I'm talking about, and unfortunately, I'm again bringing that the smaller universities and this platform being, possibly in a position to help and support entities and students outside these two entities also. This needs to be multilingual. It cannot be very elitist English speaking people who are talking only about Australia, as Professor Devdeep said. It could be within India from one state to other, within Australia from, say, Perth to Sydney. But the communication language, the mentoring part, how do we relate with the mentors? Say, people like me, we are very happy to, possibly mentor people. And for that, you have FICCI. And FICCI is one good platform which can support you in India, and you have, equivalent of that in Australia. So they can circulate among the member, entities, and you can solicit projects where people can work on. But unfortunately, yesterday I had heard a joke, and the joke was you should not go to a doctor who has passed out in the last 1 or 2 years because they have never performed a surgery in the last 2 years. They are not gone. So it was not medical actually, but we were interviewing somebody from Indian Institute of Plantation Management for our own company. And those students, unfortunately, could never go and see a plantation for themselves. So just being a net-based platform will not help. You will need to tie it up with actual physical platform. And how do we do that? With the help of FICCI, with the help of government, is something probably you'll have to pick it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. And I think I'll move on now to Molina. Molina, do you have any thoughts on how might we socialize this project with, you spoke quite eloquently about tying in with social arms of large companies. And I must say that Enactus has done that quite well. And so perhaps, Deep, you can share with us later after Molina has finished about how Enactus has done that so that we could leverage this as well. Because one of the things we want is we want this to be democratized. So yes, Enactus is there, but I think we need more platforms which actually harness synergies between different platforms rather than starting from a scratch or ignoring each other's existence. But we want this to be open to lots of institutions across Australia and India, not just the top tier institutions, not just the top students, but we really want to get over that meritocracy and things like that. So Molina, what do you think? How do we ensure that the internships that are off? First thing, how do we engage social arms of large businesses, large companies with this platform, with this project? And second question I wanted to ask you was, how do we ensure with lots of other organizations also that students get adequate mentorship?
I suppose I'm not familiar with the other platform that you spoke about, so I'm not sure how they all sort of function.
We'll leave that question to Devdeep.
Yeah, but I guess engagement is always in what's the value proposition for an organization. It's always a value proposition for whoever's involved in the project. So for example, what is the value proposition for that organization to come on board? What is it they're getting out of it? Is it that they get some future workforce? Is it something that do they get new ideas for implementation? Do they have, is it sort of implementing the social impact directive? It could be anything that they relate to. That's the only reason they will want to associate with a particular project. So I think looking at that is important. The other side is, of course, what is the value proposition for students? And I know a number of speakers before me have spoken about the value for the students as well. It's about creating that value. For me, for example, it could potentially be a micro-credentialing exercise. So if you part of this internship program, it's you end up with a micro-credential that you could potentially use as part of your employment or even in your further education. So that's a value add for them. So I think those are some of the things that will encourage them to participate. You're talking also about hubs, you're talking about platforms. These platforms can be problematic sometimes because you have issues. I'm a lawyer, so I'll start thinking like a lawyer. You have IP issues, you have information security issues. So all those issues also impact on how people engage with that platform and what kind of information you can put on it and what kind of information is going to be available. So intellectual Creative Commons license would be ideal because you want that to be made that information to be made available to everyone because it's for greater good of mankind, but may not work for some. You need some funding to do that as well. So whether it's the government coming in to do fund or whether it's the organizations that are benefiting from it that kind of funded to do that. So I think it's a lot of these issues on how you engage with the value proposition of the project itself, the value proposition of the hub that you're creating, the value proposition that's created in the long term. What is the legacy piece that is being created with this whole project? Those are the things that I guess matter to decision makers, whoever's going to be participating in the project.
Yeah, and I mean, we did toil over this idea for a very long time, a project team. Do we give access to students? But we were concerned over the privacy issues. And that's why we kind of thought that, yes, it's great. Companies can put their profiles there. It's okay because it's not so much risk for them. But then at the end of it, before any project reaches a student, we do want the university, somebody from the university, to vet the company, to check all the legalities of actually engaging students in internships. So which is kind of a challenge for us because we can't include as many students as we would like. But at the same time, we feel that legally that might be the more appropriate thing. And at least it puts some checks and balances. So I'll now move on to Devdeep. Devdeep, again, my question to you, how can we leverage synergies between different platforms? And again, what are the lessons that we could learn in this project from Enactus?
That's an organization which has evolved over 50 years because it started in the 70s. So just a few top of mind. One is you need a champion. Okay. If you're talking industry and academia, you also need industry champions. So for example, Enactus was actually championed by Mr. Sam Walton, of Walmart. And Walmart played a key role, and many of the people actually came on board globally before it went international. If you look at Australia Enactus, last I checked, I think your stock exchange, National Stock Exchange chairman is the chairman of the Enactus Australia Advisory Board. In India, when I was there, I left earlier this year, the KPMG chairman was my advisory board chairman. The Unilever CEO was on the board. The Walmart CEO was on the board. Okay, so I think point number one is that you should identify champions from the industry as well as academia. That helps you get the funding. It helps you open doors. It helps you get mentors. Second thing is a realization that this SDG thing is not for everybody. It's a very noble cause. Okay? In our generation, we are not even aware. When we studied, the population pressures were less, the planet pressures were less. So we're not even aware. And even today's generation, it's not for everybody. Okay, so we have to carefully handpick corporate people who are, interested in this area, and students who are interested, and faculty who are interested, and mentors who are interested. Okay. Third thing would be in terms of what can you learn. I think you need to create a whole toolkit, because working on SDG is not easy. Okay, it's not going to be easy. People who are in a comfort zone, going to an underprivileged area, a leprosy community, AIDS community, a red traffic light, red light area to do social work, is not easy. You need different kind of toolkits, project management skills, empathic skills. Last point, I'll also throw a data point, is that if I look at IIT, okay, our enrollment is very male-centric. We struggle to get women into IIT. We are now getting more. But if I look at Enactus, 63% of the Enactus students are actually women, maybe because of the empathic coefficient or career choice or whatever. Those would be some top of mind thoughts, but it is a journey. It will not happen. It's not something which you just turn on. It takes years and decades to get the right champion, right people, build the skill set, build the ecosystem. And the last point on spreading the net. See, in Enactus Mexico, you could check, they did a hub and spoke model. And in IT itself, we mentor other so-called tier 2, tier 3 colleges. So there's no reason why if Deakin scans something, you cannot mentor the 15 other colleges, 15 other departments. So it's a hub and spoke. The expertise is in one, but you can mentor other colleges. Those will be some top of mind.
Thank you so much, Devdeep. Arun, I'll go back to you. What do you think might be some ways in which we engaged more colleges? So like, you talked about top tier 2 colleges from India, from Australia, or more students. So even within the colleges, like a larger number of students with with this project. Any suggestions, any thoughts on that? Mr. Raste?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Unfortunately, I was on mute. There are 2 or 3 things which I thought could be done. There are some associations and NGOs which are working on similar lines, and those could be connected with this particular project. That is number 1. Number 2, as I mentioned, there are a large number of people like me who are part of FICCI or CII or some of these industry associations, but they have their own rivalry, the associations themselves. But they could be enlisted to do the mentoring part, which Devdeep was mentioning. That would be a major thing. The third, which unfortunately will be very difficult in India, is translating to 18 languages. At least in Australia, you have the advantage of having only 1 language, and with English you can go around. But there are some students and some academicians who are very good in whatever they are doing. Not necessarily the brightest, but very good in what they are doing in terms of the SDGs, in terms of the social entrepreneurship. But unfortunately, they cannot speak English. And therefore, getting to them will be a major task in India. Possibly some of these associations in India can help you reach out to those universities and those academicians and students who are not so proficient in English, who are not so tech savvy, but would derive maximum benefit if you want to scale it up. That's about it. And possibly I will link you with some of these offline.
Thank you so much, Arun. And Aarti, I don't know if you can suggest how might we engage more industries who are interested in social entrepreneurship projects in this project? Any suggestions, any thoughts based on your experience? I'm not sure if we've got Aarti, so I might.
Aarti is there. Aarti need to unmute.
Is muted.
Aarti? Okay, I think Aarti is having some technical issues.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I'm back. Yeah, I was saying the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. Okay. So to be honest, it's not the piece on internships is not something that I've ever actually worked on. So I think
we are more interested in actually, there's a lot of social entrepreneurship work projects that are going on. Do you think they will genuinely benefit from internships, or will they be tag-ons? Because for me, one of the eye-opening things was I went to a conference on volunteering in Australia that our university organized, and a lot of people said, like these organizations actually said that when we get all these people from organizations in Australia, you get a couple of days off for volunteering. They said, yes, we help them in building empathy, but it doesn't actually benefit the organization's core mission, because in 2 days, what can anybody possibly do? All we are doing is we are enculturating them. So that's where I wanted to ask you, Aarti, you've actually been part of a lot of social entrepreneurship projects. Do you think that they would genuinely benefit from student engagement, or do you think it would be an add-on burden?
Good question. I think that they would. I definitely think that the benefit would be skewed in favor of the students, simply because the nature of these projects is, see, these are not short-term projects. It's like setting up a new business unit inside a large company, except that this business unit is looking at addressing a social problems. Just to make it real, in India, we worked on a project with SEAT, which is the 4th largest tire manufacturer in India, on recycling of end-of-life tires, right? So basically the idea was that, can we pick up an environmental problem that is caused by the industry that the company belongs to, and try to address that through a business solution. So we generate 1.2 million tons of tire waste in India every year. And that ends up in either landfills on this very polluting process called pyrolysis, which is, and there is an alternative industry. It's called the reclaimed rubber industry, where these tires can be diverted if you create the right incentives in the kind of collection chain. So the idea was that they could set up a new service within SEAT, where they would offer, say fleets, that they would manage the end of life tires, provided that they gave those tires to an accredited green certified collector of these tires. And then these tires could then be put into the reclaimed rubber chain instead of ending up in the other chain, which goes to landfills, right? So this, just to give you an example of how this is, it's an actual business, right? And how, I mean, so students would not really be able to contribute because they just simply don't have the experience at that stage. What they could bring is fresh eyes. They could bring ideas of, say, often what happens is that I've worked with with students who are just out of college, and they often have amazing ideas because they're very plugged into, oh, this startup has tried this with that technology, right? Or I've seen this really interesting model happening somewhere. So they could bring in those fresh eyes, and I think that they would bring in a sort of a natural bent. There's a lot of cynicism, especially in people, I think, of our generation, who simply don't understand how, we're very deeply, we grew up with the idea that the purpose of business is only to do business. The purpose of business is only to maximize profit, and anything that is social has to go to an NGO, right? This idea that these two worlds are actually coming together is something that we speak of at people from our generation. We'll pay lip service to it at conferences, right? But if you ask deep down inside, do you believe that can happen? No. Right, but people of the next generation are very different. They fundamentally believe that is the purpose of business. So I think somewhere they also play the role of overcoming that cynicism, right? Of creating the right kind of mindset in the organization. So I think, and that's not to be undervalued, and that's a pretty big, I think, benefit that they can bring. So I think these are two benefits that they can bring. But beyond that, I suppose it's difficult for them to contribute in any real sense to building up that project, especially if they're only there for a short while. So I would say if a student could be put on a project like this for a period of 6 months to a year, then they could get to a place where they're able to learn and also to be able to contribute to these sort of projects.
Thank you so much, Aarti. That's really, really a very good example. And now I'm going to pose this question to all the panelists, that one of the challenges we are experiencing is that we are getting, organizations saying that we would like students to work on these projects, but often they have a large scope, as Aarti has eloquently shared an example with us. And we are struggling because Indian students don't want to participate in it. In fact, we had examples where they committed and they backed off because there's an expectation that it would be a paid internship. And Australian students also, we are finding, are not willing to participate in long-term projects. So one of the things in work integrated learning or internship area that we are finding is that with so much of modularization of education, students really want quick return. So it's ROI, return on investment. They want what is the ROI on their time as well. So I'm going to pose this question to each one of you. How do we overcome this challenge? And it's not an easy question. So I would really love to hear from you all on what could we do differently. Perhaps I could start with Molina, if you could share student perspective.
I guess it's finding the right people who are interested in taking up these internships. Not every person will be, and you've got to find the right fit. If there are students who are looking just to do an internship because they think it's going to be a ticket to get a visa to Australia or a permanent residency, it probably is not a suitable internship for them, because there's very few opportunities that actually come about, and especially with this, online internship, which may or may not result in a physical face-to-face interaction or even networking opportunities. It's going to be what you're really passionate about. So I think really involving people who are passionate about these issues is where you will find the right fit. And Aarti spoke about the new generation. They are actually really passionate about these things. They're not, they think that they can make a difference. They believe that the world can change with their actions. And those are the people that you need to target. Maybe when you do go out in the market for this project, you've got to specify certain criteria for that. You've got to look at their CVs and you've got to make sure that they've already done a lot of work in that area, which sort of aligns with what this internship is seeking to provide them as well. I mentioned before, micro-credentialing is a good one to provide them value. But again, if you don't have the right person, even if you do provide that value, it really is not going to help with the goals that you're seeking to achieve. The goal is not just to create an internship. It is lasting change. It's a legacy piece that I spoke about before. If you're creating that, so I guess in finding the right fit, being able to reach out to those cohorts, and perhaps even so NGOs might have that, or people who are there's a lot of volunteers out there. Maybe tap into the organizations that are volunteer hubs. I'm not sure about India. Maybe there is something similar there that you could tap into to actually find the people who may be appropriate for these kind of internships.
Thank you, Molina. Arun, I'm going to pose this question to you. At the beginning of the conversation, you pointed out, you said, in India, a lot of students actually think of their degrees as career progression thing. And it is not different in Australia either. So 96% students do higher education because they want either to start their careers, for career progression, for career change, for career enhancement. So that is what latest statistics show. And that's not surprise to us at all. So I like the way they've connected it. We need to start thinking beyond employability to employability, because that's where the next generation of jobs lie. So Arun, can you respond to this question that how might we engage meaningfully students from India and Australia by tackling some of the practical challenges or marketing these in a better way to students?
So again, I'll come from employer's perspective. There are 2 or 3 things which an employer will be looking at when I'm trying to enlist a student. One, as I think Aarti was mentioning, or was it Molina, what is the interest level the student has in the project? So is it a supply-driven thing or is it a demand-driven thing? Whether the student is looking at something which I'm offering. So that is one. So if you are looking at a pre-placement, employment pre-placement, any of the campuses, the companies come and they circulate a gist of the projects where people can come and work, or the gist of the jobs that people will come and work. And the students go through that and then they show their interest. Okay, I want to do this particular thing. Maybe some of the partners whom you can enlist can circulate, these are the projects. The second good thing which we found while at least recruiting people was from the same campus, if I can send one of my colleagues to the same campus from where he has graduated, it will be easy for her or him to relate with the students and talk to them that I was here in the same campus 10 years ago and this is what I'm doing, whether you'd be interested in something like that. But that may not be, that will be premature at this juncture for you, but going forward, possibly if you're going beyond this project line, this will work for you because some of the graduates of this project will possibly help you. They become ambassadors for the project. The third bit, people like Aarti, when they're working on some of these projects in India with corporates and with social entrepreneurs, both, a little bit of matchmaking of these two, because we are in our own cocoons. We don't speak to each other. It's very rare that all of them, they come together on a platform which is apolitical and then they speak to each other. And once we start speaking to each other, possibly we understand the needs for doing something from corporate side or NGO side or the student side. But as I said again, it should not be supply driven. It should not be the professors telling a student that you go and do this, but it should be students' demand. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Punyadeep, any suggestions that you can suggest, like based, on your various very rich experience, that like in terms of when we are developing this digital hub, what sorts of organizations, how do organizations get access to it? What sorts of organizations should have access to it? Any comments on, different levels of access for universities, students? How do we market it while also ensuring quality assurance?
You're asking me, Devdeep?
Yes, yes, yeah. Dev. I'm so sorry, Devdeep, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sincere apologies, Dev.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So 3 comments. One is I'll build on what Aarti talked about with a practical example. So IIT Madras, which is a top college in India, actually some years back did a project called Paduka, Project Paduka. And they did it in collaboration with Aachen University of Germany. Okay, and they basically took the recycled tires and then taught cobblers to create slippers, shoes and slippers. So the impact was livelihood. The impact was waste, productive use of recycling waste, etc. And as part of that project, some Indian students of IIT Madras went to Germany, and some of the Aachen University students came to India, exactly what you're talking about. Okay, what's the point? The point is internship is a small step which has to be seen in the context of a journey. If you want to create an impact, it's impossible to create an impact with an intern who parachutes into an alien country for 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, 1 week, and create impact. It can't. A good social impact project takes about 3 to 4 years. Ideation, testing, solution design, and scaling. Okay. So Project Paduka, it's in there in the internet, and we can look it up. Okay. And there are many other projects. So think projects versus internship being one part of it. And then the impact is created. So point number 1. Point number 2 is that from the student value proposition, we did a lot of survey in India as well through a third party called Universum, which basically does employer branding survey. And they actually surveyed about every year they survey about 25,000 India college students. We asked them to do a cut for an actor student, about 1,000 students, an actor students in India. And they did a comparative analysis of general students, sample base 25,000, an actor student, sample base 1,000. And what we saw was that the enactor student scored very highly on, comparatively highly, off the chart on leadership, high on globalization, and high on entrepreneurship. And guess what? The best employees are actually looking for that. The moment you tell the students by doing this kind of projects, and we had a situation where a deputy MD of a big 4 firm in India said to almost 1,000 students, said, if I had the jobs, I would take every of you because I know you've got the leadership, the entrepreneurship, and the globalized perspective. So you have to create the student value proposition, Coming to employers, we talked about entrepreneurship. See, in India, CSR is a given. But beyond India, if you look at it, the good multinationals, okay, Mr. Paulson of Unilever, who's a global head, all of them actually have a foundation arm. There's KPMG Foundation, there's a Walmart, Walton Family Foundation. Unilever has a very strong foundation. Tatas are inherently, very, very social. So at a top management level, at all MNCs, the top managers are all socially conscious and they want to do it, and sometimes legally constrained. You have to spend that money. Point is, how do we get the middle management and the junior management actively involved? And I think the first thing is that you'll be lucky if you find 1%, okay, of the people whose heart is in it. We have worked with big banks, global banks, where there's a requirement that if you do 1 day of social service, you get 1 day off. And there are other, a very large MNC which says mandatory 48 hours of social service. But to find some people who will go from the compulsory mandated service into mentoring, effective mentoring, we are lucky if we found 1%. Okay, so we'll have, it's very difficult to find that 1%, which may be 10 people in an Indian entity of a company, or 20 people in a group, or 100 people in this. So I think the trick is to leverage what you get easily, which is mandated social service by large companies, but look very hard for that 1% who will go beyond and become good mentors because they want to give back. And, very good friends of mine, very successful, they don't all want to give back. Last comment is you also have to choose your students in a practical way, because what we have seen is in programs like IIM, okay, IIMs, it's a 2-year program. They're working professionals. They're coming with a very focused agenda of what they want to achieve. Okay, and their mind is already set up. Okay. So if you are doing courses where universities who are doing, we struggle to get students from IIMs. Okay, but we get a lot of students from 3 to 4 year programs like the IITs or the LSR, Hindu, Stephens, etc. In a 4 year, you have enough time to settle into the college. First year, then second and third year, you try to do something, and then fourth year, become the leader of that project. Okay, and we have seen that in the job interviews. If you start talking about social projects, etc., it's much easier to, even in Harvard or some of the good Ivy League colleges, in the job interviews, entrance interviews, students who have talked about their core curriculum, but also talked about impact or entrepreneurship or leadership, get a higher entry level and also in a job interview. So these are some of the things where someone, Molina, talked about the value proposition. So you have to look at the student value prop, the employee value prop, the employer value prop, and then the, those would be some of my random thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Beautifully and eloquently summarized. Thank you so much, Devdeep. In fact, at this point, I want to thank all panelists. We did ask some very hard questions, and you extended our thinking and gave us some very practical, viable, and innovative ways of approaching some of the wicked problems. Thank you so much, all of you. Amita, may I hand it back to you at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Harsh. I was writing exactly that, but I've just sent it as a private message. I'm going to post it that this was so nicely summed up that you align the propositions of all the stakeholders whilst you are cultivating these internships to cater towards the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you to all the panelists for their time. I totally appreciate how busy you are, and it is hard for us to find time to do these things. So I'm deeply grateful, and hopefully we can get some, we'll listen to the recordings and get some good value propositions from here for the policy documents. Thank you so much. And also to the listeners and people for chatting with us. It's been a very active chat. I have in fact struggled to keep pace chatting and talking. So really grateful to all the panelists and the attendees for their very valuable insights and their participation in our program. Thank you all. Now I'd like to invite Professor Nisha Pandey to announce the winners of the Sarvodaya Business Model Competition. Please, Nisha.
Thank you very much. The objective of this Sarvodaya Business Model Competition is, the first thing is students should know the social problem and how and why that problem is important for them, what motivated them to understand and to address that problem, and how they can solve that social problem with the sustainable, scalable, and innovative way. So the main criteria of this competition was the proposal should be innovative, it should be relevant, it should have some social impact, it should have sustainability, and it should be scalable. The concept and the proposal should be more or less proactive. It should have some partnership. It should have some purpose towards society, purpose towards addressing social problem, economic problem, and environmental problem. It should have some participation, and certainly it should address the peace. Peace means when there is unrest in the society because of some unjust reason. So if they can provide some solution of these social problem, where the problem and the solution can address the skilling, reskilling, or maybe reshaping and reimagining. So reimagining, reskilling, and redesigning are the core of this ideation in the program. The focus was, the first thing is, what is the problem? Why it is bothering you? If it is bothering you, then what proposal you can propose to the institution. The next level can be done based on the first level understanding. So we have received more than 50 entries, the first round of our presentation, we have selected around 30 presentation. So now I will announce the winners of first round. Those students, those team whom I'm going to announce the names will again present their work extensively as per the guideline given, which we have already discussed on 27th. So that these students and this team has to present their work again based on that guideline given. So the first, there is no first and second. There is no first and second. These are the team which we have selected based on their presentation and the criteria given to them. And that these team will give us a next level, not presentation, but the interview. So the team Haryali, team United, team Seekers, Amigos, Euphorian, T4B, team Challengers, team Fusion, SE College, that is Farms and Vegetable, team Kaushal, team Equolution, team Vezim, Worthy Crew team, team New Gen, team Radical, and last one is a team FinCosh. These teams are now given a chance to make their proposals and presentation better than before. They can add the point given to them. I will remind the points which we have spoken that day on 27th. I can talk about that point again. These were the points which they have to add again. That is very clear problem addressed based on SDG. What made you to select that problem? Mission and vision of your business plan. Reason, you have to add some international, national, and local data with a specific reference of data. It should be reliable source like World Bank, UNICEF, NITI Aayog, UNO, like that. Then what is your proposal using all the fields which are essential for any business model? Any other player who are working in the same area and how yours proposal would be different from other? What solution you are proposing in detail using criteria given in the first round of judgment like innovation, scalability, sustainability, and what kind of impact you are projecting from your intervention in the society. You can use picture, diagram, model to make your document a competitive document. You can also make a video of your proposal. I can show you one of the proposal. Just what we have done some work in the area. So we do this kind of competition every year in Mumbai, that is Pan-India competition, where we invite this kind of competition to address social problems and finding the innovative, cost-effective solution, which is workable, scalable, and innovative. So I think this, if you have any question, please ask. We will do this interview on 7th of December. So exactly 1 week, you'll get 1 week time to reshape your proposal, to add other values, make it more robust and innovative. That is from my side. If you have any question, student, if you have any question, you can ask the question. You can directly write in chat box. You can so make your proposal really robust and better. Use data and submit in the same mail ID which is given to you. Over to you, Amita.
Yeah, I think I'll hand over to Professor Ashish Pandey to conclude the session and wrap it up, please.
So thanks very much, Professor Amita, Professor Suri, and all the panelists who are the source of this wisdom which has flown in last 2 hours. Before I indulge into the formal vote of thanks, there is a question about whether teams can retain their names. Of course, team can and they should retain their names as Satyam has asked for the final round. Final round will be based on the interview
and based on this your document, and that will be read by the judges beforehand.
Professor Ashish, there is a question. Can you repeat the team's name once again?
Okay.
So,
okay.
Should I repeat the name
Yeah,
once
please.
again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. It is Team Haryali, Team United, Team Seekers.
Just minute, Dr. Nisha.
Yeah.
Can I write the name of the teams here?
Okay.
Yeah, Team Haryali.
Yeah.
Yeah, please continue. Team Haryali.
Team United, Seekers, Amigos, 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 Euphorians, T4B, Challengers, Fusion, Seeds College, Farmers and Vegetable.
Euphorian, after Euphorian?
After Euphorian is a T4B.
P4B.
4B. Challengers. Fusion.
After challengers is?
Challengers is caution. Then equolution.
After challengers,
Is
could you type?
Worthy crew, worthy crew. New gen, worthy Q, I just by mistake, it's a worthy Q, not P, it's a worthy, WORTHY. Team New Gen. Radical.
So I missed out few.
No, I'm writing. I'm writing. So nothing is missed. Red and FinCosh.
Nisha, I think you are sending everything directly to me, so you might want to change. So you are posting, but everything is coming to me.
Okay.
If you change it to everyone, then everyone can see it.
Oh, right. So that's why it's not. So then I have to write again.
No, you can
I've posted all of them. I'll post the ones that you've posted to me.
Okay, so
I'll copy them and post to everybody.
Yeah, I posted all the. Another one name is not written. Team name is not there. That is Alliance Against Hunger. There is no team name, but Alliance Against Hunger. So please note down. There is no team name. There is no name. So Alliance Against Hunger. So am I clear?
You may please read the comments. If all the team names are. Yeah, Ankit, Alliance Against Hunger is also selected. And this is the response to the question of Ankit. Professor Nisha, please read the comments. In case some name is missing, you can type that. Anyway, we are going to communicate over email and contact the respective teams separately.
Okay. I think there is no comment. There was only one comment. And I have spoken the name very clearly. So Team New Gen also selected. Yes, Team New Gen is also selected. Yeah. Team New Gen is, you are from which institute? Team New Gen, can you write the name? Team New Gen is, yeah, FinCosh, yeah. It's the second round. Make it clear, it is selection for the second round and final round. Team Equolution.
I think you can only.
Yeah, Equolution is also selected. Yeah. MCRC. Had I named the team MCRC? New Gen. Yeah, Team New Gen. Yeah, Team New Gen is there.
Okay, so now I think we will be communicating over emails. More or less, this is clear. And is that fine, Dr. Nisha? Should I?
Yeah. Just make sure this is a names for the final round.
Yeah. So 7th December will be the final interview. Documents have to be submitted beforehand. Judges will go through it, and this will be based on the conversation, not the formal presentation. Thanks very much, all the panelists and participants for being here, for being part of this event. This is my pleasant duty to formally express the vote of thanks. Vote of thanks first goes to the Australia-India Council and the ministry, which has supported this Ministry of the Australian Federation, which has supported this event. They have actually sponsored this project. Deakin University team, it is only because of the commitment of that Professor Jain, Professor Suri, and their colleague Alex, who have thought about this. They have done all the networking, got our team together. So hearty compliments for taking up such a important cause, and that will not only contribute to some extent, at least in the awareness level and maybe at the managerial intervention level about the SDGs, but also it is a contribution to the management education. So I'm sure the things like these are modifying the form of management education going to happen in the decades to come. So these are the harbingers of those changes. And this project, and because of your initiative, this is at the forefront of this change. So hearty compliments for that, and thanks for that. IIT Bombay and School of Management have been a great institutions which I have privileged to be part of. We are always encouraged to take up socially responsible project. We are always encouraged to take up the socially meaningful, impactful research projects and teaching engagements, and not very much concern about the only publishing in the so-called very highly reputed A or A star journals. Of course, it is valued and we are expected and we endeavor for that. But the bottom line and the overall conversation in the institute, I hope that Deakin University partners will sometime come here and be the part of that conversation. The most of the conversation here is around making positive difference to your country, to your society, and to the world at large. So, and the colleagues are really inspiring. You have heard Dr. Tripti Mishra, you have heard Devdeep. They are like part of our institutions and have done and are doing wonderful work arising out of their sense of responsibility. And that is the institutional ethos. So I'm really thankful to the institution. Yunus Center of Business in Western Business School. So they have been very proactive in this sphere, social entrepreneurship sphere. They've organized till now 3 or 4 or 5 conferences. A couple of books have come out of the work of Yunus Business Center, and they are the anchors. They have been the anchors of the social business competition. Thankfully, they integrated their competition with this event, and this has been a really win-win collaboration and impactful work. I hope that Somskriti Club of S. James Som and IIT Bombay and Yunus Business Center take forward this competition to the next level in the years to come. So thanks very much, Yunus Business Center. The panelists, all the panelists who have shared their wisdom, Jaya, Molina, Aarti, Professor Devdeep, Arun, and Professor Mahadev Desai, who is steering the SDG-based thinking in management education as the director of IIM Sambalpur. Chara Krishnan, who joined our panel discussion from New York when it was almost midnight. So really thankful and not surprised, but certainly feeling a little overwhelmed by the kind of creative ideas which have come up and so meaningful and so meaningful and useful ideas have come up in this discussion. I'm sure after this discussion, after this panel discussion, this project will not be the same as it was before the panel discussion. So I'm sure a lot of insights will be there, which are indicating the actionable points, and those actionable points will get into the project planning and project execution. So thanks to all the panelists. We can never thank them enough. In fact, the participants, the competition participants and the audience, you are here who are the ultimate stakeholders of this this platform and this project. It is for you. It is for the management educators and for the management students. So thanks very much for being part of this conversation from the very beginning of this platform and this beginning of this project. I hope and I rather believe that in the years to come, you might remember this as a cherished moment when you will see that digital platform has grown phenomenally, and you will feel satisfied that you were there when this was being conceived and this was being in the design phase. So thanks very much to all the participants. Raj is our technical assistant because of he is helping us in all the technical matters. The Yunus Business Center also has their own team. Professor Dr. Nisha and her colleagues who have made all these events smoothly conducted with their support. And for any such initiative, any project, there are lots and lots of people who are involved, whose support is at the source of making this a success. I might be missing out some names, but I'm pretty aware of that there is no self-made man or self-made projects. We all are made up of thousands of others. All the projects, all the things, all the good things happen because of the blessings, because of the support of many, many people and things around. So thanks very much again. We are closing the meeting. I hope that we will meet digitally on this platform and otherwise.